Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I went back to that stretch of the Rockies because I thought I knew it better than anyone. That quiet rise above the falls had always felt like a pocket of calm, cut out just for me, a place I could rely on when the rest of life got too loud. I hiked in late that afternoon with the simple intention of resetting myself, letting the sound of the water press everything else into the background. The air was cool but steady, the sky clear enough that the treetops looked like dark teeth against a pale blue ceiling. I remember dropping my pack beside the same flat boulder I'd used for years, and thinking that nothing out here had changed except me. I set up camp in the usual way. No rushing, no improvising. The familiar sequence grounded me. Tent angled away from the wind. Food bag hung high between 2 fursons. Water filter clipped to the strap of my pack. Everything in its place. By the time I gathered enough wood for a cooking fire, the sun had dipped low enough to tint the waterfall in copper. I ate watching the last light slide off the canyon walls, listening to the heavy hush of evening, swallowing the forest. When I'm out here alone, I tend to track my surroundings, the way other people track conversation. Every shift in the breeze, every uneven rhythm of the falls, every hint of movement in my periphery becomes part of a silent dialogue with the landscape. That night, the forest didn't answer back in any unusual way. It just breathed its usual patient breath. So when the first prickling unease crept across my shoulders, it didn't register as fear. It was simply information, something to observe and set aside. I doused the fire early and walked the perimeter of my site, checking for loose gear or anything I might trip over if I had to get up before dawn. The woods beyond the stunted pines fell into steep shadow, the kind of darkness that doesn't feel empty so much as full of everything your eyes can no longer parse. As I looked into it, a sensation slipped through me, subtle but unmistakable, like the moment you realize someone in a crowded room has been watching you longer than they should. There was no sound, no branch snap or animal shuffle, just that sharp inner certainty that I wasn't alone here, in the way I usually am. I tried to reason through it. Elk sometimes wander near the water. A black bear could pass without making much noise. Even an owl gliding low can set off those ancient signals in your brain, but none of those explanations matched the shape of the feeling. It wasn't generalized awareness. It was directional. It was personal. I shook it off and crawled into my tent, cinching the mesh door closed behind me. The waterfall's steady roar helped, at least at first. It made a curtain of noise thick enough to settle my breathing. I lay on my back watching the nylon ripple slightly in the breeze, and for a while I drifted in and out of the shallow, restless kind of sleep you get the first night out. Sometime later, minutes or hours, I couldn't tell, a sensation pulled me fully awake, sharp and clean as a blade across a thought. The forest outside had gone utterly still. Even the falls sounded dampened, as if the air between us had thickened. I propped myself up on my elbows, listening. The tent felt suddenly too thin, too permeable, like an idea of shelter rather than the thing itself. Then I felt it again, that directed awareness, pressing close now, close enough that I knew it wasn't some animal drifting by in the night. Something out there was choosing to stand near me, not moving, not making noise, just watching. I held my breath without meaning to. A cold pulse climbed the length of my spine, and all the instincts I'd honed over years of solo hiking snapped taut. You don't panic. You don't blunder into the dark. You don't invite attention with sudden noise. You stay still. You listen. And you wait. But the waiting became unbearable, because a flicker-fast, low, deliberate cut across my peripheral vision through the mesh. A shape moving between the trees, too large to be anything I'd expect. too controlled to be random. I didn't hear it. I only saw that brief, unnatural glide of darkness against darkness. That was enough. I grabbed my boots and pack without bothering to lace anything properly. My hand shook so badly the zipper on the tent snagged twice before I forced it open. The moment the cold air hit my face, something in the tray line shifted again, and that thin thread of composure finally snapped. I ran. No path, no plan, just the raw need to put distance between myself and whatever had chosen to stand so near. The forest closed around me with its deep, indifferent silence. My breath felt too loud. The waterfall faded behind me as I scrambled through underbrush, boots slapping against roots and rock. I didn't stop until the slope leveled out near the wider trail that eventually led back toward the main canyon artery. Only when the familiar curve of it eased into view did I allow myself to slow, bracing against a tree while my pulse pounded in my ears. I stayed on that trail until dawn began to gray the sky. I kept telling myself I'd overreacted. Months of exhaustion, the isolation of the past year, the strain of being alone for too long. Any of those could twist a moment of uncertainty into something sharper. By the time I finally forced myself to turn back toward camp, I had almost convinced myself that I'd abandoned a perfectly safe night for nothing more than shadows and nerves. The light grew stronger as I approached the falls. Morning in the Rockies has this way of making the world feel newly built, cool, clean, promising. I tried to let that steadiness settle into me, but as I neared my campsite, the sense of wrongness returned, heavy and immediate. My tent stood exactly where I'd left it, undisturbed in shape, the rainfly still taut, but the ground around it told a different story. 2 sets of prints circled the tent in a broad, deliberate ring. Not boot prints, not the compact pads of a mountain lion, or the deep ovals of a bear. These were longer, wider, and spaced with a weighting pattern that didn't match any animal I've tracked before. The toes, if you could call them that, were too elongated, almost tapered. The depth suggested something tall, something heavy, but the stride was unnervingly silent. Whatever had made them had walked right up to the thin barrier of nylon I'd been sleeping behind, close enough to touch it if it wanted to. I crouched down without meaning to, studying the impressions. The earth was soft from the spray of the waterfall, so the details held clear. The prints overlapped in places, as if the thing or things had circled more than once before leaving the way they came. They hadn't been there when I set up camp. I would have noticed. I always notice. That realization hollowed out my chest. The night hadn't been a trick of nerves. Something had come close enough to observe me while I slept. Close enough to choose not to cross that last thin line between watching and entering. My first instinct was to pack up, but my gear felt suddenly foreign under my hands, like items belonging to someone else. I forced myself through the motions anyway. Collapse tent, shake off debris, cinch straps, double check pockets, because routine has a way of holding you together, even when your mind is fraying at the edges. When everything was finally on my back, I looked once more at the ring of prints. The rising sun caught them at an angle that made their edges sharp, the shapes even more pronounced. It struck me then that leaving in the night might have been the only reason I hadn't woken to the sound of something standing right outside the tent, breathing in the thin inch of air between us. I didn't try to analyze it further. Ambiguity can be its own kind of mercy, and some questions don't want answers. I turned toward the trail and walked out with the steady, controlled pace of someone refusing to look over his shoulder. Even now, when I think back to that ring of prints, I feel that same cold awareness settle along my spine. Solitude has always been my refuge, the place where the world makes sense again. But there's a difference between being alone and being unwitnessed. Out there in the shadow of those pines, I learned how quickly one can become the other, and how something else can step silently into the space you thought belonged only to you. Standing just beyond the tent wall, waiting in the dark. I was already fighting sleep when the trees ahead parted, just enough for the road to swallow my headlights, and for a moment the dash glow felt like the only warmth left in the world. I kept my hands tight on the wheel as we rolled deeper into that stretch of rural Indiana, where the woods press right up against the asphalt, and everything outside the glass turns into one unbroken wall of dark. My friend had gone quiet, the kind of quiet that settles in after a long day, but I could feel him watching the tree line the same way I was, as if the forest might lean closer if we looked away for even a second. The air in the car felt heavy and uncirculated, and the hum of the tires on the two-lane road was the only thing pacing my thoughts. It was late enough that we hadn't seen another set of headlights in miles. Every mailbox and gravel turnout we passed looked abandoned, half claimed by weeds and shadow. I kept reminding myself that we just had a few more minutes before we hit the highway, and from there it was nothing but open pavement back home. That tiny comfort was the only thing keeping me alert. I eased around a shallow bend and flicked my eyes up to the high beam's farthest reach. Something about the edges of that light looked wrong, like the trees weren't catching it the same way. I leaned forward without realizing it, squinting through the glass, waiting for the shoulder reflectors to appear. They didn't. Instead, the beam washed over something pale, crossing the road ahead of us in a slow, deliberate stride. At first I thought it was a deer standing upright, some trick of distance, but then my brain caught the shape of it too tall, too narrow, moving with an uneven rhythm that made the hair on my arms lift. The figure stepped fully into the lane, white from head to foot, except where shadows clung to the long arms hanging too low at its sides. Its height hit me hardest, 6, maybe 7 feet, and built in a way that didn't make sense, like someone had stretched a person upward, without adding anything to support it. I eased off the accelerator, not slamming the brakes, but letting the car drift toward a crawl. My friend sat forward suddenly, one hand braced on the dash. He didn't speak. He just watched the thing angle across our path. Its face turned slightly away from us. The features were distorted, not as if injured, but as if assembled without a clear plan. Long where they should be short, shallow where they should be deep. Even from the distance of the headlights, I knew that if it turned toward us fully, I wouldn't forget it. The forest crowding both sides of the road made the encounter feel boxed in, like there was no place for us to divert, no gap wide enough to slip through. Trees rose in a tight wall behind the figure, and their branches shivered even though the air had been still a moment earlier. I felt the wheel twitch under my palms from how hard I was gripping it. The figure paused at the exact center of the lane, its torso turning just slightly as if listening to the engine idle down. The motion was unsettling, not abrupt, not frightened, just aware. It held there for a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My friend's foot brushed the floorboard as if he expected the brake to be under his side, but I kept the car steady, rolling even slower while the headlights painted that pale shape in harsh contrast. Then without warning it jerked an angled backward step, quick and precise, like an animal startled by a sound too soft for us to hear. Its arms tightened close, and the whole form recoiled as though our presence had interrupted something it was doing. The tension in the air changed. I remember thinking, with a cold clarity, that we had crossed into a moment we were never meant to witness. The figure sprang toward the right shoulder, cutting across the road with a speed that didn't match its earlier movements. As its feet struck the gravel, a sharp noise cut through the night. A dry, rattling click, mechanical in timbre yet not entirely unnatural, like brittle wood snapping in rapid sequence. The sound echoed off the trees, bouncing between them until it thinned into the dark. The instant that noise reached us, the temperature inside the car plummeted. Not a gentle drop, not the kind that creeps in through an old vent, but a sudden punishing cold that stole the warmth from my breath. My fingers stiffened on the wheel, and the windshield fogged at the edges as if the air outside had rushed through every crack at once. My friend exhaled in a quick, startled gasp, and I saw the vapor bloom in front of his face. The figure vanished into the tree line with a final twitch of movement, and the branches barely shifted behind it before going still again. The darkness swallowed everything. The cold lingered a few more seconds, holding tight, then released in a slow wave that left my skin prickling. I let the car roll forward until the road opened cleanly ahead of us again. No trace of the figure remained. No prints in the gravel, no shifting branches, nothing. Just the steady return of the engine's warmth and the familiar hum of the tires. My friend finally leaned back, rubbing both hands over his face. He didn't try to explain what we'd seen. and neither did I. The encounter didn't feel like something that wanted interpretation. It felt territorial, brief, a crossing of paths that shouldn't have overlapped. I pressed the accelerator once more. The headlights stretched over the asphalt, carving a safe line through the dark, and the woods closed in behind us without a sound. We didn't speak for the rest of the drive. There was nothing to say. The road carried us out, unchallenged, as though nothing had ever been there at all. I grew up in a house that backed straight into a wall of dark pines, the kind that swallowed sound after sunset. People talk about rural quiet like it's peaceful, but the quiet where we lived felt dense, the kind that presses against your ears until you start imagining movement in the spaces you can't see. I didn't imagine what happened though. I remember the first night clearly, because everything in me reacted before my mind caught up. My brother and I were kicking a beaten plastic ball across the patchy grass near the tree line, when the woods exhaled a cold draft that didn't match the season. It carried the smell of damp bark and something faintly metallic, and in the middle of chasing the ball, I realized the night had gone still in a way that made my skin tighten. Then I saw it step out from between the pines. It moved wrong, too smooth, like its joints bent deeper than they should. A long-limbed shape, pale enough to reflect the porch light from across the yard, with arms that hung unevenly at its sides. Its eyes were the only bright things in the dark, two red points that didn't blink or flicker. They fixed on us as if it had been waiting for us to notice it. My brother froze. The ball rolled until it tapped his ankle, and even that tiny sound felt like it traveled too far in the air. I wanted to call for our parents, but my voice dropped back into my lungs as the thing started toward us. It didn't rush. It simply committed its weight from one strange step to the next. Every time a foot touched the ground, the grass seemed to bend a second too late. I grabbed my brother's sleeve and pulled, and he staggered with me toward the house, both of us running without really knowing if we were making progress. The back door felt impossibly far, and the creature's movement stayed steady behind us. I didn't look back. I only sensed it closing the distance, piece by piece. We reached the porch. I shoved my brother toward the door and yanked it open. We fell inside with the kind of panic that makes your limbs feel detached. I slammed the door and locked it without meaning to, my hands moving ahead of my thoughts. My brother crouched near the wall, pale as if the creature's color had rubbed off on him. When I finally dared to glance through the window, it stood at the bottom of the steps, angled slightly as if studying the threshold more than the house itself. The red of its eyes didn't waver. The dark swallowed the rest of its face, leaving only a mouth that looked too wide and too expectant. Then it moved again forward, toward the first step, and just as I gripped the curtain to pull it closed, something changed in the window's reflection. Not inside, outside, a darker shape, one that didn't belong to any familiar angle of the house, bled into view behind the glass. It wasn't a figure I could describe clearly. It looked like a vertical stretch of shadow that didn't obey the porch light. But even without detail, it felt present in a way that made my stomach drop. The creature saw it too. It stopped mid-motion, limbs stiffening as if braced for impact, and then it recoiled with a suddenness that broke its earlier calm. One step back, two, then it retreated into the yard, never turning, only increasing the distance between itself and the house before melting into the tree line again. I didn't tell my parents that night. I wasn't sure what I'd seen, and my brother wouldn't talk at all until morning. He listened while I tried to explain how something had appeared at the window, something that wasn't on our side or the creature's, something that intervened. He shook his head the whole time, not disagreeing, just not wanting to think about it anymore. We decided to let the memory fade if it could. For a while, it almost did. Months passed. Life resumed its familiar rhythm, though I avoided looking into the woods after dark. The unease stayed under my skin, the way a picture stays burned into your vision after staring at something too bright. I slept lightly. I kept my curtains drawn, even on clear nights. My brother refused to play outside after dinner. Our parents asked a few times if something had happened, but we never managed to explain without sounding like frightened children. Then the second night came, and any sense of normalcy vanished. It began with a thud against the siding, soft but deliberate, not like a branch or an animal. I sat up in bed before I was fully awake. My brother's room was across the hall, and I heard his door creak open as he stepped out with the same dread I felt dragging through me. The thud came again, lower this time, like a hand testing the wall. I moved slowly to my window, pushed the curtain aside by an inch, and saw the shape standing at the edge of the yard. Pale, too tall, arms hanging unnaturally, and those same red eyes watching the house with a patience that felt worse than anger. It wasn't hunting, it was waiting for something to change, waiting for a moment to try the house again. My brother joined me, barely breathing. The creature stepped forward, its mouth shifted open in a slack, hungry way, and the distance between us collapsed into that one expression. I knew then that it hadn't forgotten us. It had been searching for the right night to come back. We backed away from the window and moved toward our parents' room. But before we could wake them, the house seemed to react. A tension ran along the walls, subtle but unmistakable. The air cooled, not like a draft but like a pressure building. Then there was movement near the living room window, uneven but familiar in the way a silhouette becomes familiar after haunting your memory. The shadow, the same protective presence from months earlier. I didn't see a face. I didn't need to. Its arrival changed the atmosphere completely, as if the house recognized it and braced around it. My brother reached for my hand. We listened without speaking. Outside, the creature halted its approach. The boards on the porch creaked as it shifted weight, but those steps didn't continue. Its breathing, if I could call the low rasp that grew strained. Then, with a sudden break in the rhythm of the night, it retreated again, faster than before. The shape of it dissolved into the trees until the yard looked empty, but the silence felt scraped raw. Our parents woke to find us standing in the hall, too shaken to form a simple explanation. It didn't take much convincing, though. They saw enough fear on our faces to understand that something had escalated far beyond childhood nightmares. By sunrise, my father had contacted a relative out of state. By midday, boxes were pulled from the attic. The decision to move wasn't debated or postponed. It was a reaction, immediate and instinctive, like slamming a door against a threat you don't fully comprehend. Leaving the house felt like stepping off a sinking deck before the water touched your ankles. We didn't talk about the creature during the drive away from the pines. We didn't talk about the shadow that had stood between it and us twice. But the impossibility of those nights stayed with me, tightening around certain memories the way old injuries tighten around cold weather. Even now, years later, I sometimes dream of the tray line bending unnaturally as something slips out of it. I dream of the porch light flickering across a pale surface and catching the shine of two red eyes. But the dream always ends the same way, with a dark vertical shape appearing at the window, wordless and silent, just before everything goes still. We never saw the creature again after moving. The conflict ended the moment our parents made the decision to abandon the place entirely, as if separation from that piece of land severed whatever attention we'd drawn. But leaving didn't undo the months when the woods felt aware of us, or the nights when something with a wide mouth and patient intent measured the distance between itself and the house. Sometimes I wonder if the protective figure belonged to the house itself, or the land, or something older that didn't want the creature to cross that final threshold. I don't have answers. I only have the certainty of what I saw. Twice, through glass that still reflects in my memory like a second set of eyes. I don't go near wooded yards anymore. I don't stay outside after dark in places where the quiet feels dense enough to hold a shape. And whenever I pass a window at night, I check the glass, not for what might be looking in, but for the shadow that once stood there long enough to turn a predator back into the trees. I remember the first time I noticed how quiet the far edge of the creek could get when the wind died. It was the kind of silence that made you pay attention to your own footsteps. And that day I was out there with my friend drifting deeper into the brush than we usually dared. We weren't chasing anything in particular. We were just doing what we always did, following whatever path the water cut through the woods. letting curiosity pull us farther until the trees grew tall enough to press the light into narrow shafts. I didn't know then how fast that curiosity would flip into something that felt like a warning meant only for us. We stepped off the bank and crossed a patch of soft ground where old roots pushed up like ribs under the soil. I remember brushing away a swarm of gnats and telling myself the smell of wet leaves always felt stronger in that corner of the woods. The creek itself was running low, just a thin silver line threading between stones. Everything else was just dappled sunlight, broken branches, the usual rustle of small animals moving through the brush. Nothing strange, nothing threatening. Not yet. We followed the curve of the water until the trees thickened into a narrow passage that looked like it had been carved by deer, or maybe just time. The air felt warmer there, close and close-mouthed. My friend walked ahead, pushing branches aside, careful but excited. We both knew we were probably past whatever informal boundary the local hikers considered safe, but it didn't feel dangerous. It felt hidden, like we were stepping into a piece of the woods that rarely saw people. I was watching the water ripple under a fallen log when the ground trembled beneath my shoes. Just a single thump, soft but wrong, like something heavy had dropped far off. My friend paused and looked back, eyebrows raised. We waited for the sound to repeat, but the trees only swayed in the breeze. I told myself it was nothing, a branch falling somewhere deep in the brush, or maybe construction noise carrying from the next ridge. Then it came again, stronger, a deep rhythmic pounding, spaced out like the slow steps of something impossibly large. Each impact made the surface of the creek shiver. My friend mouthed a question, but the next thud answered it before either of us could speak. The cadence was too steady, too deliberate, and it was coming from the direction we had been heading. We backed up without talking, the pounding growing louder with each retreating step. My chest tightened as the rhythm picked up speed. It wasn't just approaching, it was closing the distance as if it already knew exactly where we were. The brush behind us rustled with our scrambling, and I could hear my friend breathing hard. I don't know why I looked back toward the narrowing path. Maybe I wanted to see what was coming. Maybe I thought I could make sense of it. That was when the woods split open with a scream. It wasn't a sound meant for living ears. It hit the air like a blade, so high-pitched it felt as though the world itself shuddered to make room for it. The trees seemed to bend under its weight. The creek stilled. Birds that should have erupted from the branches didn't move at all. The scream didn't rise or fall. It held, sustained until my vision wavered. I felt my knees give slightly, and for a moment I thought the whole forest had stopped breathing. We ran. We didn't shout, didn't look at each other, didn't dare slow down. The pounding had ceased the instant the scream tore through the woods, but the silence that followed was worse. It felt absolute, as if the world was waiting for something else to happen. Somewhere behind us, suspended over the place where the scream had begun, a small green light flickered into existence. I only saw it because instinct forced me to risk a glance over my shoulder. It wasn't attached to anything. It just hovered there above the brush, bright enough to edge the leaves around it in sickly color. My friend stumbled when he saw my face go pale, but I grabbed his arm and pulled until we broke through the last line of trees. We didn't speak for the rest of the day. There was no need. Whatever had been in that part of the woods didn't want us there, and it had made sure we understood. A week passed before I let myself think about going back. Even then, the idea felt wrong, but the memory gnawed at me. I wanted to know whether the pounding had been real, whether the scream had somehow been a trick of distance or echo or panic. I convinced myself I would stay near the edge of the creek. I told myself I only needed to hear the forest acting normal again. When I reached the familiar stretch of water, everything looked unchanged. The sun was out, the day warm, the creek moving steadily, but the moment I stepped past the line of trees where the path began, I noticed it. No bird song, no insects, no rustle of anything alive. The quiet was total, heavy enough that it felt like a hand pressed against my mouth. Even the air felt different, cooler, as if the woods were pulling the heat away from my skin. I moved slowly, listening for any sign that the forest still breathed. The absence of sound made my footsteps unnervingly loud. At one point I stopped because I thought I felt something brush the back of my shoulder, but when I spun around there was nothing. No movement, no wind, just that thick, unnatural stillness. The deeper I went, the more certain I became that I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, and nothing touched me again, but something felt present in a way that didn't match any normal fear. It was the sense of being watched from arm's length by something that didn't need eyes, something waiting, something that recognized me. The air behind me grew colder. My skin prickled as though a weightless shape had leaned close, testing the boundary between where I stood and where it lingered. I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it. A pressure, a curiosity, and under that curiosity a warning. It wasn't trying to chase me, it was letting me know it could. I backed away one slow step at a time until my heel found the familiar slant of the creek bed. Only then did the presence loosen, receding the way attention drains from a room once someone hostile leaves it. Even so, the woods stayed silent. Nothing dared make a sound until I crossed fully out into the sunlight. I haven't gone back since. I doubt I ever will. That stretch of the creek doesn't want people there, and whatever issued that scream made sure the message reached me clearly. Curiosity might pull me toward wild places, but out there I learned that some corners of the woods set their own rules. If you cross those lines, something will come to remind you that you shouldn't have, and once you've heard it, you don't forget. I remember the rough sway of the tall grass before anything else. It moved in slow folds across the field, like something breathing under the surface. And that alone made me feel like we shouldn't have picked that place to hide. But we were kids, and the big hay pile on the edge of the lot looked perfect for the game we were playing. I crouched beside my friend, the sweet dusty scent of the hay mixing with the sharper smell of dry wheat stems crushed under our shoes. We whispered about holding still, about how nobody would think to look for us out here, and for a while it felt like we had outsmarted the whole neighborhood. Then I saw movement far down the path, and felt my stomach tighten before I could say anything. Someone else was out there, and it wasn't anyone we recognized. We were already half up on our feet, ready to leave the spot when that shape turned toward us. I froze. My friend eased back down beside me. Eyes narrowed as he tried to make out what we were seeing. The figure moved in a slow, unhurried line across the field, like it was searching for something that wasn't us but might become us if we stepped wrong. I remember thinking it could be a farmer or someone's older brother cutting through the property, but the way it paused, shoulders angled, head slightly turned, made both of us sink back into the grass without saying a word. We waited for it to move on. It didn't. The breeze carried a faint rustle from its direction. Soft but steady, nothing that resembled footsteps. I felt the weight of the stalks pressing into my legs, the ground warm beneath my palms, and I kept hoping the figure would simply disappear behind the hill so we could run home and forget the whole thing. Instead, the field erupted. A shrill scream tore through the space between us and the path, coming from behind the hay pile. A boy, someone younger, maybe from the next road over, burst into view with his arms flailing, his face red and streaked with dirt. He ran straight toward us like he didn't see the figure at all. His voice cracked as he shouted that something had come out of the grass behind him. Something huge that rose up and moved wrong, and he insisted he had watched it follow him until he broke into the open. He stumbled, caught himself, and when he finally looked at us hiding there, his eyes widened in a way that made my skin crawl. He kept saying he wasn't lying, that he'd seen a monster, that it was still close. The air around us felt suddenly heavy, as if the entire field had gone still to listen. We stayed low, waiting for the figure on the path to react to the commotion. It didn't move. Not at first. The boy crouched down beside us, breathing in sharp, shallow bursts. My friend pressed a finger to his own lips, not to shush him but to steady himself. I didn't know what to look at. The boy's trembling hands, the path where the figure stood, or the place behind the hay pile where the boy swore something had risen up. The sky felt lower than before, the light flattening the landscape until every patch of grass looked like a hiding place. I kept trying to listen past our own breathing for anything else. Branches snapping, footsteps, the sliding of something through the dry stalks, but the field gave nothing back. The boy's words echoed in my head in broken fragments about a shape lifting itself from the ground, taller than it should have been, moving with the grass instead of through it. I couldn't tell if he was describing something alive or something pretending to be. Then the figure on the path shifted. Not much. Just a slight angle of the shoulders, a tilt that suggested attention. It had heard the screaming. My friend touched my elbow and motioned deeper into the grass, as if we could sink lower than we already were. The boy ducked his head and clenched his jaw, forcing himself silent. I felt the dry stalks against my cheek, brittle and sharp, and I counted the heartbeats between each tiny sound the figure made as it began walking again. It wasn't coming toward us exactly, but its path curved a little, enough that the unease rose tight in my throat. I wanted to stand up and run, but the boy's panic had already pinned us to the ground. If he had seen something chasing him, then running blindly felt like the worst thing we could do. The grass shook lightly near the far edge of the hay pile. A ripple, quick, then gone. My friend leaned closer, whispering that maybe the boy had scared himself. Maybe the figure was just someone who didn't want trouble. Maybe we were imagining half of what we thought we saw. But even as he said it, none of us stood up. The boy kept glancing behind him in small, jerky motions, expecting something to burst through at any moment. He dug his fingers into the dirt, anchoring himself like he might be pulled backward if he didn't. The figure's footsteps stayed steady, methodical, as though it had all the time in the world. There was something unbearable in that calm. I watched its outline blur and sharpen in the shifting light, and the longer I stared, the more certain I became that it wasn't anyone we knew. That wasn't unusual out here. Strangers sometimes cut across the fields, but I couldn't shake the sense that it was looking for something specific. The boy mouthed that the monster hadn't followed him onto the open path, only to the edge of the tall grass. Whatever he'd seen didn't seem to want to leave the cover of the field. A breath of wind pressed the grass toward us and revealed for a moment a narrow trail flattened behind the hay pile. It looked fresh. The boy saw it too and tensed so hard I could hear his teeth click. My friend reached out, steadied him, and I found myself staring at that faint path as though something might rise from it again. Nothing happened. The grass swayed back into place, erasing the line as if it had never been there. Still the image stuck, something moving low, lifting itself just enough to tower over a child before sinking back into the stalks. The figure on the path moved farther away now, and although that should have helped, the distance made it harder to tell what it actually was. My friend finally whispered that we should leave before anything else could happen. The boy shook his head violently but didn't stand. He looked like he expected the ground itself to grab him. We waited, listening. The wind shifted again, carrying the smell of warm earth, and something else, something older, like the inside of a shed that had been shut too long. I don't know if that smell had been there the whole time, or if my nerves were inventing it. The boy pressed closer to us, and for the first time I noticed how cold his hands were. He kept glancing at the hay pile as if expecting to see it move. My friend pointed toward a clear stretch between us and the road. If we ran in a straight line, he said, nothing in the grass could cut us off without breaking cover first. The boy finally nodded, still shaking. I kept one eye on the place where that flattened trail had briefly appeared, and another on the figure that was now almost at the bend in the path. It didn't turn around. It didn't look back at us at all. That somehow made it worse. We moved at the same moment, not running, not yet, just rising from the grass in a slow crouched motion so we wouldn't make a loud rustle. The boy grabbed my sleeve, steadied himself, then let go. The grass brushed against my legs as I took a step toward the open strip that led to the road. That was when something shifted behind the hay pile again. A single low sweep through the stalks, too coordinated to be the wind. The boy inhaled sharply, and my friend jerked his head toward the road, but none of us bolted. We stood there in a tense half-step, caught between what we could see and what we couldn't. The grass settled. The path ahead stayed empty. The figure on the path kept walking without hesitation. There was no reason to believe anything was coming toward us, but the boy's fear, raw and unfiltered, had already carved itself into the moment. I realized I wasn't afraid of a monster. I was afraid of not knowing what he had actually seen. We reached the open strip and started across it. keeping our eyes on the road. The boy stayed between us, limping slightly from where he'd tripped earlier. The sun dipped behind a thin bank of clouds, flattening the colors of the field into dull gold and gray. I could hear the hiss of the grass behind us, each shift of the wind carrying just enough irregular noise to make me imagine a presence matching our pace. I didn't turn around. My friend didn't either. The boy did once, and the look on his face made me regret allowing even that. Nothing was there. Nothing visible anyway. Just the hay pile, the tall grass, and the path where the figure had finally vanished around the bend. But the boy's eyes didn't settle. He kept staring at the grass as though something inside it was holding its breath. We didn't stop walking until we reached the gravel shoulder of the road. The sounds of the field quieted behind us, replaced by the faint hum of distant traffic. The boy wiped his face with his sleeve, but the dirt streaks only smeared. My friend asked him very quietly what he had really seen back there. No accusations, no disbelief, just a tired, practical question. The boy didn't answer right away. He looked at the field instead, then at the curve of the path where the figure had gone. When he finally did speak, his voice was steady in a way that made it feel worse. He said the thing he'd seen hadn't chased him like a person would. It had risen out of the grass without sound. It had watched him, and when he ran, it had slipped down again as though the ground were soft enough to take it in. He didn't claim claws or teeth or glowing eyes, just a shape that didn't move the way anything human moved, a shape that didn't belong upright. We walked him home. He kept glancing behind us, but nothing followed. The field looked empty from the road, peaceful even, the kind of place we'd played in dozens of times without a second thought. My friend told me not to worry about it, that maybe the kid had panicked. Maybe the figure on the path and the rustling behind the hay pile had lined up in a way that made everything feel bigger than it was. I wanted to believe him, but I kept remembering the boy's expression before he even reached us. The raw edge of his scream, the way he didn't look at the figure on the path because he hadn't been running from that. He'd been running from something that never stepped into the open, something that stayed in the grass, close enough for him to see but too deep for us to confirm. We reached his house, handed him off to his older sister, and walked home without saying much more. I've passed that field dozens of times since. It always looks the same, unbothered, ordinary, the hay pile shrinking year by year. But sometimes when the wind pushes the grass in long, smooth waves, I remember the moment when we almost stood up before we noticed the figure on the path. I wonder what would have happened if we had walked away before the boy came running. I wonder if we would have seen the same thing he did, or if it only rises when someone is alone. I never confirmed what the figure on the path was, or why it turned its head toward us without coming closer, and I never walked through the tall grass again. Not even on the hottest days when the field looked harmless. Some places feel empty until you've heard someone swear they saw something living inside them. I first noticed how quiet the woods felt that afternoon. The kind of quiet that settles only when the cold has convinced every living thing to go still. My father walked ahead of me along the narrow track, his orange vest bright against the gray winter sky. I kept my hands buried in my sleeves, trying to convince myself I didn't care about hunting, that I was only out there because he insisted. But the air had that sharp metallic taste that comes before snow, and every step pressed us deeper into a stretch of western Michigan timber that felt older than anything I understood. I remember thinking I should be paying attention instead of sulking. I remember thinking the woods felt aware of us in some slow, patient way. That was the first moment I sensed that something was off, long before I saw movement in the ravine ahead. We settled near a rise where the trees thinned enough for my father to scan with his scope. He didn't say much, only motioned for me to take the binoculars and watch the line of fears across the slope. The sun was sinking, throwing long shadows that made the snow look bruised. I lifted the binoculars just to please him, sweeping over fallen branches and half-buried stumps, until I caught a shape that didn't match the surroundings. At first I thought it was just another deer, lying strangely. Then it shifted, and I saw the carcass beneath it. The thing feeding on the deer straightened slowly, as if annoyed at being observed. Its head lifted first, then its shoulders, and that was when my pulse snapped into a hard rhythm. I knew what wolves looked like. I knew what coyotes looked like. This wasn't either. The muzzle was too long, the teeth too clean and sharp, the eyes too steady, and the rest of it, those limbs that didn't fold the right way, those shoulders that rose higher than they should have, the way the whole body balanced as it rose onto two legs. It made no sense. My brain tried to file it under costumes, tricks of light, exhaustion, but the binoculars held it close enough that I could see breath clouding from its jaws. It stared back. There was no jolt of fear so much as a sinking, like cold water pulling me down. I lowered the binoculars because I physically couldn't keep looking. When I tried to tell my father, the words jammed in my throat. He asked what I saw, and I muttered something about shadows, about maybe catching a coyote. He told me not to spook myself. I let him believe I'd imagined it, because that was easier than describing something I didn't understand. But something in the woods had shifted after that. I felt it following us on the walk back, not as footsteps or sound, but as a pressure between the trees, like a presence moving just beyond sight. My father kept glancing over his shoulder too often, for a man who'd hunted this area his whole life. By the time we reached the truck at dusk, both of us were walking faster than we wanted to admit. Home should have felt safe. The lights were warm. The heater clattered through the vents. The dogs trailed us with their usual overeager energy. I convinced myself that the thing in the woods belonged only to the woods, that whatever I saw would stay there. For a couple of weeks, life slid back into routine, but the memory didn't leave. I found myself checking the tree line at night from my bedroom window. The snow outside reflected the moonlight in a flat, colorless sheet, and every time the wind bent a branch, I felt that same sinking pressure twisting in my chest. The dogs changed first. Our shepherd mix stopped sleeping near the back door, and instead hovered near the hallway, ears locked toward the yard. The basset hound, usually the stubborn, fearless one, wouldn't step outside after dark. I tried to rationalize it as coyotes again, maybe a wandering black bear. But one night the shepherd began pacing from door to window, growling at nothing. The growl wasn't defensive, it was frightened. I told myself to sleep. I told myself morning would dissolve the unease. But I woke before dawn to the sound of scratching. Not frantic, not furious, measured. A slow dragging along the siding near the porch. I froze listening. The dogs weren't barking. In fact, the house was too silent. I forced myself out of bed and stepped into the hallway just as my father entered from the other side, rifle already in hand. He didn't ask what I heard. He'd been awake too. When we checked the mudroom, the basset was gone. No broken latch, no open door. Just gone. The shepherd cowered behind the washer, trembling in a way I'd never seen from any dog. My mother whispered from the kitchen, asking if maybe the basset slipped out earlier, but she didn't sound convinced. My father searched the yard with a flashlight that cut through the frost like a blade, calling quietly, then louder. Nothing. That night is the one I still replay most clearly. We had just finished dinner when the shepherd stiffened, then began barking so violently that it choked itself between breaths. Something slammed against the front door. Not a knock, a full-body hit that made the hinges shudder. My father moved without hesitation, pushing us toward the basement stairs, as another impact rattled the frame. I heard wood crack. My mother grabbed the shepherd by the collar, dragging it with us as it whimpered. My father reached the top of the basement stairs and turned back toward the entryway. His voice was low, telling us to go down and stay low. I saw him lift the rifle. Then a silhouette passed across the frosted window to the left of the door. Too tall, too narrow, moving with an unnerving glide. The dog started screaming. My father fired a warning shot through the ceiling angle above the porch, the report shattering the air. The shape outside jerked back, then vanished from the window. We huddled in the basement, the concrete floor cold through my socks, each of us straining to hear footsteps or breathing, or any sign that the thing had left. My mother kept her hand on my shoulder, steady but trembling. My father stayed at the foot of the stairs, gun trained upward. The house settled into a hollow quiet. broken only by the distant hum of the furnace cycling on. I didn't speak. I didn't dare consider whether the warning shot scared it away, or simply bought us time. The police arrived after what felt like an hour, though time stretched strangely down there. Their boots thudded across the floors above us, their voices calling out. When we finally emerged, the house looked mostly undisturbed except for deep gouges carved into the front door, long and uneven, as if something with strength but no finesse had raked across it. They found tracks in the snow, but the officers wrote them off as unusual because the drifting made them hard to read. My father didn't contradict them. He only stood there breathing hard in the porch light, shoulders tight, eyes scanning the tree line beyond the yard. None of us slept that night. The shepherd wouldn't leave my side, trembling every time the furnace kicked on. My mother kept checking the locks over and over. My father stayed by the living room window until morning, watching the edge of the woods like he expected something to step out and announce itself. We never found the basset. The police chalked it up to wildlife, maybe a coyote dragging it off. They couldn't explain the door marks, but they didn't press the issue. People disappear out here, animals disappear out here, and explanations tend to settle into whatever keeps life moving. I still replay the moment in the woods when the creature lifted its head and stared at me, as if the recognition wasn't accidental. I've tried telling myself I misread the posture, that the thing wasn't aware of me at all, but the sequence feels too clean now. The sighting, the lingering unease, the dog's panic, the disappearance, the pounding at the door, the retreat after the shot. A chain of events pulled tight across those weeks, until the only reasonable response was to hide underground while my father stood guard. Sometimes even now I wake to the memory of that first stare, the amber eyes locking onto mine across a winter ravine. I tell myself it belonged to an ordinary animal acting strangely. I tell myself the woods distort shapes near dusk, but every winter when the nights grow long and the air takes on that metallic taste, I find myself checking the tree line again. I don't know if it ever meant to hunt us, or if it only wanted to remind us that we had stepped into its space. I only know that something followed us out of those woods, waited until night to press its weight against our door, and left only when confronted with noise and violence it hadn't expected. Most nights I can convince myself the danger passed with the snowmelt, but on the coldest ones, when the house settles and the shadows stretch across the floor, I swear I hear that slow, measured scraping against the siding again. I didn't understand what I was looking at the first night. The shape appeared. I only knew that something dark and heavy stood in the bedroom doorway, watching me. I'd grown up in a single-wide trailer set back from a dirt road in southeast Georgia, wrapped on all sides by a wall of woods. Even at 7, I understood how quiet those acres could be. Sounds carried too far. Shadows bent in ways they didn't. Inside town limits. I remember lying there with my small CD player beside me, the screen's faint glow just enough to outline the door frame, and realizing it wasn't empty. Something blacker than the dark leaned inside the threshold, like it had been pressed against the hull until the moment I looked up. In those early months, nothing happened quickly. It was more a pressure in the air than an event. Some nights I'd wake to the feeling of eyes on me, the kind of slow, patient stare you feel before you can name it. My sister had her own stories, whispered across our shared room as if saying them too loud might make them real. She told me she heard breathing near her bed, when she knew everyone else was asleep. I pretended not to hear it, even though I knew exactly what she meant. The trailer had that thin-walled stillness where every shift of weight should make a sound. Sometimes there was breathing when no one was moving. Weeks stacked themselves the same way. A faint scrape behind the wall, a soft knock beneath the window, the sensation of someone brushing past me in the hall, though it was too narrow for anyone to slip by unnoticed. Nothing touched us, not then. Nothing spoke, but the night air felt aware of us, as if it paused at the corners of the rooms and waited for us to notice. I kept seeing shapes in the doorway, sometimes a tall figure that stayed still until I fully woke, sometimes a cluster of silhouettes that seemed half-formed. They didn't frighten me the way I thought they should. They looked almost human, almost protective, though I couldn't explain why. When they appeared, the heavy shape in the hall never came closer. I told myself it was a trick of the light, but the hall had no lights and no windows, just that long stretch of shadow connecting the bedrooms to the living room. Darkness shouldn't form bodies, yet some nights it did. The strange part was how these figures never crossed the line of my doorway. They leaned into view like people checking on a sleeping child, then faded back before I could sit up. I sensed they weren't there for my sister or my parents. They were watching the same part of the hall I was. The deeper section where the dark shape waited. I didn't have words for it then, but I understood the tension. Something in the trailer was being held back. All of that built slowly, small enough that I adapted to it. When the atmosphere began to change, it was subtle at first. My chest felt heavy at bedtime. The air seemed colder, not the usual night draft from the trailer seams, but a temperature drop with weight behind it. Even the crickets outside dulled on certain nights, like the woods held their breath. The shift was so gradual that by the time things escalated, it felt like the only direction they could go. One night, the quiet broke wide open. I was half asleep when a sharp bang tore through the trailer. So violent I felt it in the mattress. It didn't come from the roof or the walls. It was inside, deliberate, like someone had slammed a heavy piece of furniture against the floor. My sister bolted upright. I did too, already staring at the door. The hall was empty for a heartbeat. Then a low, strained groan rolled down the corridor. Not like a voice, but like something pushing words through a throat that didn't want to cooperate. I could barely understand it, but the phrase reached the room anyway. A muttered focus on the young, the tender, drawn out as if tasting the air. Before fear could even set in, the humanoid shadows appeared again. 3 or 4 distinct shapes standing shoulder to shoulder just behind the doorway. Their outlines wavered like heat above asphalt. They weren't a threat. I knew that with the same certainty I knew our yard ended at the tray line. They held their position facing the hall, blocking anyone or anything from stepping inside. Behind them, the darker shape in the hallway swelled, shifting its weight like an animal preparing to lunge. My brain couldn't make full sense of its form. Something low to the ground, black as tar with the impression of horns or ears that didn't match any dog I'd ever seen. When it moved, the faint light from my CD player flashed against something shiny near where its feet should have been. A glint like metal or wet hooves or claws. It never crossed the threshold, but it edged close enough that I felt the floorboard vibrate beneath my bed. After that night, I couldn't pretend things were mild anymore. The feeling of being watched was constant, like a hand resting between my shoulders. The whispers came more frequently, threads of sound that brushed my ears without forming clear words. My sister tried to sleep in our mother's room. I'd lie awake and wait for sunrise just to breathe normally again. Then came the night everything changed. I had the CD player beside me again, tucked under my pillow for comfort. I clicked it on and let the faint whir of the disc spin anchor me to something normal. For a while it worked. The trailer was quiet except for the wind nudging the siding. I almost drifted off when the mattress dipped beside me, sinking in a way that matched the weight of a full-grown person sitting down. But no one was there. The indentation deepened, as if whatever it was leaned closer. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. The protective shadows weren't in the doorway this time. The hall felt open, exposed, and the shape that followed me for months finally crept inside. I didn't see it enter. I felt it. A cold pressure spread across the room, thick enough that my ears popped. I gripped the CD player, the plastic warm from my hand, the cord tangling around my fingers. For a moment, everything froze. Then the CD player jerked sideways, ripped from my grip, and thrown across the room hard enough to bounce against the wall. I scrambled toward the edge of the bed, but something pushed me back. One abrupt shove between my shoulders that lifted me off balance and sent me into the opposite wall. Pain lit up my back as I slid down to the carpet. I reached behind me and felt raw scratches, deep enough to sting with each breath, but not enough to bleed much. The marks felt like they'd been made by something blunt. Not claws exactly, but not human fingernails either. My sister called out from across the room, but she was too afraid to climb down from her bed. I heard our parents stirring, footsteps pounding the hall. By the time they reached us, the room was empty. No shadows in the doorway, no shape in the corner, just the overturned CD player and the sting along my spine. My father asked how I managed to fall so hard. I didn't have an answer he'd believe. My mother checked my back and went quiet when she saw the scratches. She didn't argue when we asked to sleep in the living room that night. She didn't ask why the hall felt colder than the open front door. She just gathered blankets and turned the TV on low, letting its glow fill the room until morning. The days after that felt off kilter, like the trailer had shifted around us. Even in daylight, the hall's darkness seemed to pull thicker than before. I avoided our bedroom unless someone else was inside. My sister stayed glued to my side, convinced the shape would return if we were apart. My mother made calls, though she never told us to whom. That next weekend, she announced we were moving. Nothing dramatic, nothing panicked, just a flat, steady decision, made with a kind of resignation. The strange thing was how quickly everything stopped once we packed. On our last night there, the trailer felt hollow. No whispers, no pressure, no shifting air. Even the woods outside sounded normal again, filled with the usual chorus of insects. It was like whatever watched us had already turned its attention elsewhere. We left before sunrise, towing our lives in the back of a borrowed truck. I looked once at the trailer as we pulled away. The front door stood slightly ajar, though I didn't remember anyone opening it. The darkness inside seemed deeper than night should allow, as if the rooms were relieved to reclaim their silence. We never returned. Each of us carried something from that place, though none of us talked about it directly. For me, it was the sense that the world had layers I wasn't meant to see, and that sometimes those layers pressed up against thin trailer walls and watched children sleep. Even now, decades later, I still wake sometimes to the feeling of weight settling beside me on the bed. Nothing ever touches me, nothing ever speaks, but the air remembers, and so do I. I was a freshman then, still small in the shoulders, and trying to pretend the cold October nights in Eustace didn't bother me. My brother and I had left the hayride earlier than the rest because he'd twisted his ankle stepping off the trailer. We decided to walk the tar road up the ridge, where the dark swallowed the light from the farm behind us. I remember how quickly the night settled in. The wind had been restless all day, but once we started up that road, the natural sounds faded, until the only thing I heard was my own breath scraping in and out. It felt like the woods were pulling in their lungs, waiting for something to step wrong. I kept thinking we'd see headlights crest the hill and give us an easy ride home, but the road stayed empty and black and colder than it should have been for October. I didn't say anything then, but I already felt watched. The silence broke with a snap that echoed down the ridge. Not a twig, not a dry leaf under a deer's hoof. This was a branch, thick and heavy, forced to break by something with weight behind it. My brother stopped and stood very still, pressing his bad foot into the ground as gently as he could. I heard movement to our left, something pacing us inside the trail line. It kept just out of sight, matching our stride, slowing when we slowed. I could hear it draw close enough that the brush rattled, and then fall back again with a patience that felt deliberate. I tried telling myself it was a moose or a bear drifting along the tree line, curious about us. But moose don't track the rhythm of your steps the way a human would. Bears don't ease off to the exact distance where you can't see them. The pace unnerved me so badly, I focused on my boots instead of the dark shapes in the woods. Each time the thing adjusted its steps, the hair on my arms lifted. We walked faster, and the sound followed faster. We slowed and it slowed. My brother whispered something about cutting across the ditch and heading down to the river road, but he didn't move. He just looked at me, waiting for my face to tell him whether he was imagining it. I didn't give him an answer. I didn't trust my voice to come out steady. I just nudged him forward and kept us on the tar, where the moonlight at least gave us something to stand on. When we reached the fork near the ridge crest, the steps stopped. The quiet was so sudden I thought the woods had frozen. I didn't hear anything for a long count. Then, right where the brush curved toward the corner, I felt the shift of weight again. A single slow step, like it wanted to remind us it was still there. My brother leaned into me and muttered that we needed to run. His voice cracked on the last word. We didn't run, but we didn't talk again either. We walked until the porch light from our house showed through the trees, and only then did the woods behind us release whatever had been holding its breath. Years passed before the second incident, and in that time I joined the service and tried to convince myself that night had been the imagination of two kids, too cold and too wired for their own good. But the mind has a way of pruning details when it wants comfort. What you cut away eventually grows back in a harsher shape. I'd set up camp deep in the woods near Eustis after a long week where I needed quiet more than company. Dax, my dog, followed me everywhere. Then a sharp-eared mutt who had more sense than most people I served with. I remember how still the air felt as I unpacked. Even the smell of pine seemed held back, as if the woods had learned something from that night on the ridge and kept their distance now. It started with a shriek. So strange it didn't register as an animal sound. It came from far off, a warbling pitch that wavered like it couldn't decide what throat it belonged to. Dax froze with one paw lifted, staring through the trees. Then he bolted for the nearest trunk and clawed halfway up, before looking back at me as if to remind me I was supposed to follow. I dropped my gear and climbed. I settled on a thick branch about halfway up. Dax wedged beside me, trembling. The forest below us dimmed under the moon, and the shriek came again closer, still wavering. Something moved beneath our tree. I heard a drag of weight across the ground, a careful shifting of leaves. My eyes adjusted just enough to catch the shape of something crouched low, too still to be an animal resting. It waited there for so long, the cold started stitching itself into my fingers. Then it spoke. The voice came from the base of the tree, soft and human-shaped, telling me I should come down. Not asking, not threatening, just offering the words in a tone that suggested it already knew I would obey. The sound of it forced a tremor up my spine. It was like hearing your own voice played back through a broken radio. Wrong in a way that suggested intention, not distortion. I didn't answer at first. I just pressed my hand against Dax to keep him from growling. The thing repeated itself, a little clearer, a little more patient. Something about that second repetition snapped whatever fear had locked me still. I forced out a yell, raw and loud enough to flare pain across my throat, hoping the noise would jolt the moment back into something normal, something I could understand. The woods swallowed the echo. The thing beneath us shifted its weight again, as if settling deeper. Then it went quiet. No retreating footsteps, no brush parting, just silence. A deep, waiting silence that lasted long enough for doubt to seep in, turning every minute into a question I couldn't answer. I don't know how long the standoff lasted. I only remembered how the dark thinned into gray, and how Dax's trembling eased as the first light touched the trees. When the sun finally broke over the ridge, the shape beneath us was gone. Not moved. Gone, like it had never been there. I climbed down slowly, half expecting something to reach for my ankles. Nothing did. The campsite looked exactly as I left it, except for the circle of pressed leaves beneath the tree. A shallow impression where something had waited through the night. Dax kept his distance from that spot, hackles raised until we left the woods entirely. I've been in places where danger had a face and a shape and a reason, but nothing I've met since has watched me the way that thing did. As if my fear wasn't the point, only my reaction. I think about that sometimes when I drive past the ridge, or hear the woods go suddenly quiet. I think about how something can follow the rhythm of your steps, or wait beneath a tree until dawn, without ever needing to show itself. And I wonder how many times it has watched me without making a sound at all. I never thought the woods behind our neighborhood could hold anything more dangerous than a rusty nail or a tick, but that summer stretched the edges of what I believed was possible. It started the way most of our days did back then. Bare feet on warm dirt, the smell of pine, and the feeling that the trees closed behind us like a curtain we weren't supposed to pull back. We roamed in a loose pack, too young to notice how the light faded earlier inside those woods, too eager to care. We built forts out of branches and bark, and when we ran out of ideas, we dug. The ground was soft from months of rain, and somewhere along the way, the hole we joked about became deeper than any of us intended. It was just another dumb project until it wasn't. I still remember how the shovels scraped rock as we worked in pairs. Wyatt kept telling us we were making a trap big enough to catch a bear, even though none of us had seen anything bigger than a raccoon back there. We carved out a space almost as tall as we were, piling the dirt into uneven mounds. By the end of the day, we were sweating through our shirts, blinking grit out of our eyes. We climbed out, looked down at our creation, and felt proud in the way only kids can feel proud, like we'd made something permanent. By dusk, the woods hummed with insects, and the path home glowed faintly between the trunks. We didn't talk much as we left. Our ears kept catching on small snaps in the brush, tiny shifts in the undergrowth that we wrote off as deer, even when the sounds were heavier than that. The nights after always felt thin, like the air itself was aware of what we'd done. I'd fall asleep with the window cracked and hear the wind drag over the gutters, but sometimes there'd be other noises layered underneath. A branch giving way, leaves shifting in quick bursts, something pacing just beyond where the streetlights reached. I tried to ignore it until the night I woke to find Troy standing at my window, his face ghosted by the yard light. He didn't say anything. His hand rested against the glass as he leaned forward, staring toward the black wall of trees behind our houses. The angle of his shoulders made it clear he wasn't sleepwalking. He was listening. When I whispered his name, he only shook his head once, small and quick. Whatever he thought he saw out there, he didn't want to lose sight of it. We stood like that long enough for my eyes to adjust, long enough to notice how quiet everything had become. No crickets, no distant cars, just a low, steady pressure in the dark, as if the woods were holding their breath. Eventually, Troy backed away and left without a word. I didn't follow. I just stood there until the stillness cracked apart with a sound I can only describe as a tree being bent too far. The next day, the five of us returned to the woods because that's what we always did, even when something felt wrong. We said nothing about the noises, nothing about how the path seemed narrower, or how the air smelled faintly metallic. We just drifted back to the forts we'd built, circling them like they were suddenly unfamiliar. Grant kicked a rock into the pit. It didn't hit bottom for a second longer than it should have, and he tried to laugh it off. I didn't. The silence that followed that faint thud felt stretched and waiting. The moment it happened is burned into me with a clarity that hasn't faded in all these years. We were arguing over whether to cover part of the pit when the underbrush across the clearing bowed outward, like something was forcing its way through. The movement wasn't clumsy the way animals crash through brush. It was deliberate, pushing each branch aside with slow, heavy pressure. I turned toward the noise and caught a shape rising from the shadow. Too pale, too thin, too tall. Its outline jittered as if the light didn't know how to settle on it. None of us spoke. None of us moved. The clearing tightened around us. What drove my pulse through my throat wasn't how it looked, but how it turned. Its head angled toward Wyatt with a kind of eerie precision, as though it had been searching for him specifically. And then it said his name. Not a shout, not a growl, a strained, dragging whisper that sounded like the word had been pulled through a throat not meant for speech. When Wyatt stumbled back, the thing lurched forward, losing its balance. Its foot, or whatever it used as a foot, slipped on the loose dirt rim of our pit. The ground gave way beneath it, and it pitched forward into the hole we'd spent days carving out. The scream that tore out of it was sharp enough to split the air. Then it disappeared into the dark below. None of us approached the edge. We didn't have to. The sound that came from the pit didn't rise again, but there were smaller noises, scrapes, shallow breaths, something shifting against the walls. We backed away together until we felt safe enough to run, and then we didn't stop, not until we reached the neat lines of white houses and asphalt, where the world felt real again. For days afterward, the woods echoed with noises we pretended not to hear. Late at night, I'd lie in bed and listen to branches snapping in slow, irregular rhythms, as if something large was weaving between the trees, testing the ground. Sometimes there'd be a long dragging sound, sometimes a sudden crash, always from the same direction, always from the place where our fort sagged and our pit sat hidden beneath thinning brush. None of us talked about what we'd seen. No one admitted to hearing their name, carried faintly through the night, or noticing how the woods grew quieter whenever we tried to approach them again. We avoided the path entirely, circling wide around it on our way to school, pretending it wasn't there, but every once in a while when the air shifted just right, I'd catch that same metallic scent from the trees and feel the hairs lift on my arms. I knew then that whatever had fallen into our hole hadn't stayed there long, and something in those woods remembered us. I still pass those houses sometimes. The woods are thinner now, but the clearing is still marked by a dip in the ground, a faint scar from the hole we dug without understanding what we were inviting. I stand on the sidewalk and watch the tree line the way Troy did that night, waiting for the stillness to break. I tell myself the noises I hear are nothing unusual, just wind, just branches, just distance playing tricks, but part of me knows better. That summer left a place inside me that never fully closed, a quiet space shaped like that scream, and the way my name might sound in a voice that shouldn't have known it. And sometimes, when the light fades and the woods darken into the same shade they held back then, I feel the old pressure settle over the air, steady and patient, as if something out there still remembers the moment we trapped it by accident, and how close it came to climbing back out. I first noticed the cold before anything else, not the sharp seasonal chill of a fall afternoon, but something flatter, thinner, as if the air itself had been hollowed out. I'd cut through that forest path countless times as a student, usually with my camera gear slung over one shoulder, but that day I only carried a binder full of notes, and the certainty that I was running late. The light filtered through the branches in long pale bands, and the ground's thin frosting crackled under my shoes. I remember thinking the trail felt unusually empty. No cyclists, no birds, just my breath peeling away in the air like a signal flare I couldn't extinguish. I was halfway down the slope toward the old footbridge when I heard the first sharp burst above me. It wasn't thunder, and it wasn't a branch snapping. It sounded almost like a distant shot. Quick, rupturing, unnervingly clean. I stopped under the half-bare lens and looked up. Nothing moved. No wind, no settling snow from the canopy. Just another burst, farther to my right this time, then silence that dropped heavy enough to feel. I kept walking because it felt worse to stand still. Each footstep compressed the frosted dirt into a muted crunch. But behind me something answered with a quicker rhythm. Light, scattered kicks of leaves. I tried telling myself it was a deer, maybe two, startled by my sudden stop, but the steps matched mine too neatly. Fast when I moved fast, slowing when I hesitated, never ahead, never fully behind, always slightly off to the side, just out of sight. The overhead burst switched sides again, crossing the trail in a rough arc. My shoulders tightened on instinct. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but whatever moved above and behind me wasn't following the contours of the forest. It was tracking me like something with no weight at all. I remember glancing back once, just once. The path was plain as ever, gray slush, a scatter of last season leaves, my own tracks. I could have lived with that. I could have blamed stress or fatigue. But then the quiet shifted and something about the shape of that silence felt intentional. Not absence, but attention. I took the remaining stretch toward the footbridge too quickly, skidding once on an iced route. The leaf-kicking sound stayed close. When I crossed the bridge and reached the wider roadway, the noises stopped entirely, as if I'd stepped through an invisible boundary. And even then, especially then, I didn't turn around again. I made it home before the sun dipped, told myself it was nothing, told myself I'd been stupid to let the woods get into my head. By the next week, I'd rerouted all my walks. Months slid by. I finished the semester. I picked up my photography hobby again. Whenever someone mentioned the forest trails, I nodded along but kept my mouth shut. Whatever I'd heard there didn't fit neatly into conversation. The memory stayed, though, wedged in the back of my thoughts like a splinter working its way deeper each time I tried ignoring it. December came in soft, with light snowfall that clung to the roofs and hedges but didn't quite commit to a full winter. The air smelled muted, like paper and pine. By then I had stopped rationalizing that first encounter. I only avoided thinking about it for too long. My partner Mara eventually noticed the way I skirted the subject whenever she suggested a weekend hike. She knew the trails as well as I did, and she loved them more. So when she proposed heading out there together for new winter shots, I agreed before I could talk myself out of it. Maybe part of me wanted confirmation, or closure, or just proof that the forest was ordinary again. We went on a quiet afternoon, the kind where daylight feels suspended, neither bright nor dim. Snow drifted sideways in faint threads. The trail looked almost cleaned, the earlier frost replaced by a pale sheet, only disturbed by prints from a few morning walkers. Nothing waited at the path entrance. Nothing stirred in the trees. For the first stretch, I pretended I had imagined everything from the fall. Mara asked where exactly I had heard the strange sounds last time. I pointed ahead with my gloved hand, tracing the line of the trail as it curved toward the bridge. I described the bursts overhead, the leaf kicks behind me, keeping my voice low in the stillness. She listened without interrupting, scanning the tray line with a photographer's practiced eye. She liked finding small details, disturbances most people overlooked, but even she looked unsettled when the wind dropped and refused to start again. We walked deeper, the snow creaking softly underfoot. My breath plumed and faded. No bursts overhead this time, no scattered steps behind us. For a few minutes, that absence felt like safety. Then the air thinned, just slightly, the same hollow feeling I'd tried to forget. It rolled across the path in a way that didn't match the mild weather. Mara slowed beside me. She didn't say anything, just pressed her glove to my arm. I didn't need her words to confirm she sensed it too. The quiet felt layered now, as though an unseen shape moved through it. The presence didn't approach. It didn't retreat. It simply was close enough to make my skin tighten beneath my coat. A patch of snow to our left sank as if weighted by a knee, then released. Another depression formed ahead of us, shallow yet decisive. The pattern wasn't human. It wasn't any animal I'd ever encountered, but something traced along the edge of the trail, not touching us, not circling, just staying near. We kept walking toward the slope. My heartbeat pinned in my throat. Mara lifted her camera once but lowered it immediately, almost apologetically, like the lens itself didn't feel appropriate. I don't know whether the entity reacted to our movement, or the lack of it, but the woods changed the moment we reached the center of the trail's bend. The air pressed inward. The snow's faint hiss went flat. A sensation like quiet static passed under my ribs. I don't know how long the presence stayed there. Seconds maybe? But the weight of it felt longer. Then, without warning, the ground behind us tore open in two parallel furrows. Snow and frozen dirt ripped backward as if hooked by a force with no body, no visible limbs. The drag marks stretched toward the darker interior of the woods, deepening as though something invisible was clawing for traction. A single sound carried through the trees. High, thin, close enough to make my eyes sting. It wasn't quite a cry and not quite a voice. I can only describe it as the noise a child might make when startled out of sleep. A fragile, cracked wail that rose and folded over itself. It shivered through the air, then cut abruptly. Whatever had been following me in the fall didn't just retreat, it was being hauled away. Hard, fast. The tracks widened, as if the unseen thing was twisted or yanked sideways. Snow scattered upward in strange arcs, and a cold gust swept outward from the disturbance, brushing our coats without stirring a single branch overhead. Mara grabbed my wrist to steady her footing. I held on because the alternative might have been collapsing into the snow. The unseen force continued dragging the entity deeper between the trees, leaving a trail that zigzagged once before disappearing into thick undergrowth. The sound never returned. The forest settled, but not like it had before. The stillness now felt protective, almost sealing. Mara and I stood motionless until the faint tremor in the ground stopped. She whispered, asking if that was what I'd heard months ago. I told her no. Not exactly. The fall encounter had felt like being watched. This felt like witnessing something punished. We didn't follow the drag marks, neither of us considered it. We turned back toward the entrance, careful, deliberate steps crunching through the thin crust of snow. The presence that had hovered near us earlier was gone, utterly gone, not retreating or hiding, simply absent in the way a pressure lifts from a wound. Once a tool is finally removed, crossing the bridge felt like stepping out of a held breath. By the time we reached the trailhead, the light had dimmed into a faint winter blue, and the air carried the ordinary smell of cooling earth and pine. Normal, comfortingly normal. But even then, neither of us looked back. The forest behind us felt closed in a way I couldn't articulate, like whatever had intervened didn't want us witnessing anymore, and whatever had been taken didn't deserve another witness. I walked that path again months later, alone this time, with my camera in hand. The drag marks were long erased, softened by fresh seasons. The trees had grown dense enough to reshape the trail's curve, but the hush of the place remained. Sometimes the air still thins there, just slightly, like something is measuring distance, watching, ensuring the boundary holds. I don't cut through that forest as casually now. I don't ignore unusual quiet, and I don't pretend I understand what moved there or what removed it. All I know is that something once followed me, and something else decided it shouldn't anymore. The rest stays in the trees in that cold hollow where the snow sank and the tracks deepened, and the cry thinned into nothing. I first noticed the shift in the air when the chatter around our campfire thinned out, tapering into an uneasy quiet. The woods had been alive a moment earlier with the usual nighttime noise. Wind brushing the canopy, insects buzzing, the soft clatter of branches nudged by something small and harmless. Then it all folded in on itself at once, as if the entire forest were holding its breath. I felt the change settle on my skin before I fully understood it. A pressure like the moment before a storm, but without the wind or the smell of rain. My friends must have sensed it too. No one spoke. Even the fire seemed to shrink back, its crackles dampened under the sudden hush. I remember leaning forward slightly, trying to pick out any sound beyond our clearing, half expecting a deer to break through the brush, or an owl to claim its perch overhead. But nothing came, just the kind of silence that feels deliberate, like a message aimed at anyone reckless enough to linger. I told myself it was normal for the woods to settle at night. That silence wasn't a threat on its own. But it didn't feel normal. The quiet had weight. It felt reactive, as though our presence had tripped some instinct in the land around us. I kept waiting for the natural rhythm to resume. A single chirp, a rustle, anything to loosen the tightness in my chest. Instead, the woods answered with a sound I still struggle to describe. It came from somewhere deep beyond our line of sight, ricocheting through the trees in a way that made it impossible to tell its distance. The scream tore through the silence like something alive, its edges frayed and uneven. The first part of it carried the pitch of a woman's voice, high, strained, cracking on the inhale, but layered beneath it was something far less familiar, something that didn't belong to any person or animal I've ever known. It vibrated low in my ribs, a broken growl or howl or something caught between the two. The mix made my throat tighten in instinctive recognition of danger, even though I couldn't name the source. My friends looked at me, hoping I had some outdoorsman certainty to offer, some explanation I could lean on. But I didn't. The scream repeated once, shorter this time, as if whatever made it had exhausted itself or was adjusting to us. It was worse the second time, shaped by a force that felt intentional, not a cry for help, not a territorial warning, something else, something I couldn't read. I stood without realizing it, my knees locking as I listened to the forest fall silent again. The absence of sound after that scream felt even more hostile, like the woods were waiting for our response. No one moved. Even the fire forgot to snap. My instinct was to scan the tree line, though my eyes couldn't penetrate the dark between the trunks. My mind kept trying to map the location of the sound, but the echo betrayed me. It had bounced in too many directions. Every shadow looked like an opening. Every dark shape looked like something watching. The others debated in hushed fragments whether we should pack up, whether someone could be hurt, whether it was an animal in distress. I kept replaying the scream in my head, parsing the pitch, the distortion, the way the two tones braided together. Human and not human, familiar and wrong. I'd grown up around these woods. I'd heard foxes, coyotes, bobcats, owls. I could mimic half their calls on demand. This wasn't any of them. When we finally agreed to stay put and avoid drawing attention, the fire seemed to dim on its own, retreating into smaller defensive flickers. I pulled out my phone, not to call anyone, just to anchor myself to something familiar. Out of reflex, I searched for explanations. Regional wildlife calls, distress signals, known predators. I scrolled through recordings comparing them to what we heard, but none of them matched. Each sample sounded too clean, too singular. Nothing had that doubled quality, that clash of breath and growl. At one point I found a forum thread about unidentified animal calls in the region. People described odd noises, strange silences, but whenever I clicked on the accompanying clips, the sounds were mundane once you listened closely. A fox screaming, a raccoon fighting, a deer in rut, common things misheard or taken out of context. I wanted what we'd heard to be one of those mistakes. I wanted to find something definitive and label the fear as overreaction. But the truth sat cold in my stomach. Whatever called out from the woods wasn't something people had cataloged. We stayed close to the fire after that. Every time a twig snapped in the distance, heads jerked toward it, though the forest stayed stubbornly still. No breeze moved the branches. No insects resumed their hum. I remember checking the time, surprised at how slow the minutes were crawling. The silence had stretched the night tight around us, making even the act of breathing feel too loud. When the scream came again, it was far fainter, like the thing had retreated deeper into the woods. But the tone was unchanged. That same warped blend of human pain and animal fury. This time it didn't rise or fall. It held steady as if directed at the darkness rather than at us. The echo didn't scatter. It rolled through the trees in a single low wave before collapsing. One of my friends suggested it was warning something else in the woods. The idea unsettled me more than believing it was meant for us. Because if it wasn't responding to our presence, then there was something else out there. Something that warranted that kind of sound. We waited a long time after the last echo faded, each of us pretending not to watch the shadows. The fear wasn't sharp anymore. It was patient, the kind that settles into your thoughts and waits for you to slip. Eventually, we doused the fire and piled into the tent. Though none of us slept, the silence outside held firm until dawn broke. When the birds finally began to call again, the ordinary noises felt thin, like the forest was only pretending to be itself. When we packed up, the woods looked unchanged. Same trees, same trails, same familiar terrain. But I couldn't shake the sense that we'd trespassed somewhere we weren't supposed to be, and the forest had responded the only way it knew how. Even now, when I think back on that night, I still hear that scream layered in my memory, that mix of tones no creature should be able to make. I've replayed it again and again, searched for it online, hunted for matches in every archive I could find, but nothing comes close. It remains unclaimed, unclassified, unexplainable. And sometimes, late at night, when everything around me goes still in that same sudden way, I feel the woods at my back again, waiting for me to listen. I'd been alone at that campsite for long enough that every small sound had started pulling at my nerves. But the noise that broke through the woods that night wasn't small. It came in a sudden heavy surge, like something big was pushing through the brush, with no concern about announcing itself. Branches cracked in sharp, uneven bursts. Leaves shuddered. The ground seemed to pulse under each shift of weight out there. Just past the line where the firelight failed, I stood from the log where I'd been cleaning my hands, and without thinking about it, I reached for the weapon I kept by the pack. I'd carried it for years on hunting trips, mostly as a precaution. That night, the precaution finally felt earned. I remember the air being still enough that the smoke from my fire rose in a single pale column. No breeze, no nighttime chatter from birds, just that slow advancing crush of something making a path toward me. I held my breath without trying to, waiting for a shape to break through the trees. Whatever it was, it sounded bigger than any deer I'd tracked, heavier than the occasional wandering bear I'd crossed paths with. The pattern of the impact suggested deliberate steps, but I couldn't be sure. All I knew was that it was moving straight toward the clearing, straight toward me. I backed up until I felt the cool metal of my truck against my spine. The clearing wasn't wide, but the grass in the center brightened under the firelight enough that if anything entered it, I'd see it. I braced myself, weapon angled low but ready, trying to steady the tremor that kept nudging its way into my grip. For a moment, the steps stopped altogether, the silence falling so suddenly that I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. Then a softer sound replaced it, a faint, rustling flutter that didn't match the force I'd heard before. I couldn't explain what happened next. The brush parted, but not from anything crashing through it. Instead, the branches eased aside, almost as if pushed by a slow breeze. A pale form appeared between the trunks, and at first I thought I was seeing the afterimage of my own fire. But the shape clarified. It was a girl, or something shaped like one. She wore a white dress that caught what little light there was and sent it drifting across the fabric, in a way that didn't look like reflection. Her hair hung long and white, nearly blending with her dress, and she moved without any sound to match the earlier chaos. She didn't walk. She barely seemed to touch the ground. Her motion was smooth, gliding, almost as if the air itself was carrying her forward. She slipped out of the tree line and into the open field, and I felt every hair along my arms and neck lift. The heavy steps that had shaken the woods didn't fit her at all. There was no chance that the violent crashing noise belonged to this quiet figure drifting across the grass. I lowered the weapon just enough to see clearly, but not enough to forget why I'd raised it. The girl passed through a patch of darker grass, and for a moment she almost vanished against it, like her outline didn't hold steady in low light. She turned her head toward me just slightly. I never saw her face. Not really. It was as if the features blurred the more I tried to focus on them, but I felt something like a tension, a soft weight settling on me from across the clearing. I should have called out. That would have been the normal thing. A simple question, a warning, anything. But my voice wouldn't come. Something in the stillness pinned it down. The girl continued gliding, crossing the field with long unbroken strokes, her dress brushing the tops of the grass without bending them. The movement reminded me of a sail catching wind. Even though no wind existed, she held her arms close to her sides, hands folded loosely, as if she had been walking moments before and had simply forgotten the motions. When she reached the far side of the field, she paused at the edge of the woods. The trees there were darker, thicker, the undergrowth tangled. She didn't seem to hesitate, though. She shifted, not stepped, and slipped into the shadows as easily as a reflection might vanish from a disturbed surface. I caught one last pale shimmer, the faint outline of her hair, and then she was gone. The woods fell silent again, but not in the same way as before. This time it felt emptied, like whatever force had stirred everything into noise had withdrawn completely. I stood there with the weapon still in hand, trying to convince myself I'd actually seen her. The field looked untouched. The grass she'd passed over lay undisturbed, perfectly smooth. Even the trees where she had disappeared showed no sign of movement. I waited a long while before relaxing my grip. I kept expecting the heavy steps to return, or for the brush to shake under the weight of whatever had approached in the first place. But nothing else happened. The fire hissed softly as a coal shifted. A night insect chirped somewhere behind me. Ordinary sounds, careful and small, returned one by one. I never found tracks the next morning. I walked the whole perimeter, moving from the first spot where I'd heard the branches break to the stretch of woods where the girl had vanished. The soil was soft enough that any large animal should have left some kind of sign. But the earth was smooth, unmarked. The undergrowth was intact. Even the broken branches I'd heard snapping had returned to stillness, their angles too natural to show any struggle. For a long time, I told myself the sounds and the sighting didn't have to match. Maybe the heavy movement had come from something mundane that simply turned away before reaching the clearing. Maybe the girl was a trick of the light, a convergence of smoke, exhaustion, and nerves that formed into something human for just a moment. But there was a moment when she looked or seemed to look directly at me, and that moment refuses any explanation I try to force onto it. I still camp and hunt, though not in that area anymore. I keep that night filed away with the few experiences I don't talk about unless asked directly. It wasn't danger that bothered me most. It was the way the world seemed to shift for a few minutes, adjusting itself into a shape I didn't recognize. A violent sound followed by something weightless, something that moved with purpose and then slipped out of sight before I could understand why it had crossed that field at all. I didn't plan to take that old logging road. I only remembered it existed because the main Forest Service route was blocked by a washout, and I didn't want to turn back after driving that far. The map on my dash showed the line of the road faintly, like it had been erased and half drawn again. It ran over a ridge with steep banks on both sides, and linked back to the highway miles later. Light was still decent, and the air felt cool and empty in the trees. I told myself it would be fine. It had to be fine. The first stretch was wide enough for 2 trucks to pass each other, ruts and grass, but nothing dangerous. I eased forward in low gear, letting the tires climb the uneven track. A few minutes in, the sides of the road pressed closer. The tree line rose steeply on the right, the left dropping into a tangle of brush and stone. It felt like moving through a throat that kept narrowing behind me. I watched the rearview mirror more than usual. The road vanished into folds of shadow that looked thicker than they should have been. The narrowing didn't bother me at first. Old roads change shape over time. Erosion pushes dirt up. Rain slides gravel down. But the surface felt wrong, too smooth in some places, and too cleared in others, like someone had scraped away obstacles with intentional lines. Then the smoothness broke. A single rock the size of a football sat in the center of the track. It wasn't crumbled from the hillside, and it wasn't rolled by runoff. It looked placed, set down, waiting. I slowed until the truck barely crept. The rock had sharp edges, no dust on top, no scrape lines around it. I steered around it, wheels hugging the right side. When I passed, I looked at it in the mirror. It stayed centered, like an eye staring up the spine of the road. Another 100 yards, and the road tightened again. The banks on each side rose steeper, making any turnaround impossible. I kept telling myself it was just old maintenance. Someone might have cleared paths and thrown rocks aside, but the next cluster made that explanation fall apart. 3 stones, each about the same size, sat in a loose row. Not a pile, a row. The kind you lay down when you want someone to slow, to stop, to reconsider where they're going. I braked hard, dust floated up around the hood, and drifted in the still air. No wind moved through the trees. The silence pressed down in a way that made the cab feel smaller than it should have been. I scanned the dirt bank above the road. Plants hung loosely and undisturbed. Nothing moved behind the trunks. No hint of an animal or a person, but the stones remained arranged too cleanly. I eased forward again. The truck climbed over the smallest one with a jolt that clacked through the steering column. When I cleared the cluster, the road bent left around a shallow ridge. I kept expecting to see the remains of construction, or evidence of a crew that had tried to block off the area. Instead, the bend straightened out into a long corridor of road with no branches and no cover except trees pressed tight against the banks. More rocks appeared, single ones, then pairs, some half buried but at angles that didn't match the slope. Others settled in spots where no rolling momentum could have carried them. They sat in positions that felt deliberate, as if chosen not just to obstruct, but to signal that the obstruction was intentional. The deeper I went, the more I felt watched. It wasn't the usual sense of being followed. It was the sensation of someone ahead of me, just out of sight, placing each rock and then stepping back into the trees before I rounded the next corner. Every time I stopped to judge the safest line for my tires, the forest seemed to lean inward, No birds, no insects, just the faint pop of cooling metal from the hood and the slow slide of my own breath. At one point, I spotted a cluster so large I nearly turned off the engine. 5 rocks spaced in a zigzag pattern. My headlights, dim from the angle of the sun through the trees, caught the pale scratches on their sides. Not natural scrapes, parallel ones, like something had pushed or carried them, dragging them across a rough surface. The gouges were too even to be random. I got out of the truck for the first time. The ground felt strangely level, as though someone had tamped down the dirt. The air smelled wrong, not rotten, not chemical, just flat, as if missing the usual sense of soil and pine. I touched one of the rocks. It was cold, but not with the cold of shade alone. More like it had been stored somewhere cooler, and then set here. I walked around the formation, looking for footprints or tire marks. Nothing. The dust layer was fragile enough to hold the imprint of my boot, but the stones sat on untouched surfaces. No disturbance, no trail showing where they'd come from. A faint crackle echoed from somewhere up the bank. I froze and looked toward the sound. Nothing visible. No movement. The silence after the crackle felt staged, like something had paused because I had paused. I backed toward the truck without turning around, climbed in and shut the door with a soft thud that felt too loud in the stillness. I kept moving forward because there was no room to turn. I had to trust that the road would eventually widen or connect to something that wasn't boxed in by steep walls of dirt and trees. As I inched forward, I started noticing that the rocks weren't the only things placed oddly. Branches lay in unnatural parallels. Patches of disturbed soil appeared where nothing obvious had crossed. The pattern kept shifting, like something adapted the layout every time I advanced, adjusting the obstacles to test how carefully I could maneuver. A moment later, the road dipped, and I felt the truck's weight shift. Ahead, sunlight filtered through a break in the canopy. For a second, I thought it meant the way out, but the light fell on a final obstruction. One massive rock in the center, impossible to drive over without wrecking the undercarriage. Its shape was too smooth, almost rounded, as if weathered somewhere far from here, and carried to this exact point. The banks were highest at this spot. No chance to climb around. I stopped and shut off the engine, listening. My own breathing bounced gently off the surrounding walls. The forest gave nothing back. I eased the truck into reverse, knowing I'd have to backtrack through every obstacle I'd already passed. The steering wheel shook under my hands as the tires crawled over uneven ground. Each time I shifted my gaze to the mirrors, the corridor behind me looked narrower, darker, less like the road I'd just driven. But the rocks stayed where they had been placed. Whatever positioned them had not moved them again. It felt like I was being allowed to leave, not escaping. The moment the road widened enough for a safe forward turn, I took it. The forest opened in increments until the sky showed through in a gray wash. When I reached the main road, the world felt ordinary again. Air moved. Birds called. The truck's engine sounded normal instead of strained. I checked the rearview mirror one last time. The entrance to the logging road sat empty, looking harmless and unused. The line of the track vanished into brush as though it had never been wide enough for a vehicle at all. I knew what I had seen. I knew those rocks hadn't rolled there by chance. Whatever arranged them didn't follow me out. It only wanted me to know the road belonged to something else, and that I had crossed its line long enough for it to make its point. I came awake to the dry whisper of leaves shifting just beyond the edge of my tarp, a sound too steady to be the wind and too light to be an animal I could name. For a moment I stayed still inside the sleeping bag, trying to remember if I'd rolled onto something or brushed a branch, but the noise was already moving away in a slow scrape across the ground, as though something small was dragging itself along a loose carpet of debris. The air still held a bit of the night's cold, and the trees above were only beginning to take on the faint gray that meant morning wasn't far off. I didn't call out. I just listened until the sound thinned into the quiet woods, and left me alone with my own breathing. When I finally reached out for the handheld flashlight I'd set beside me before sleeping, my hand closed on empty fabric. I pressed my palm flat across the tarp, then along the seam of my bag, Then under the small pack I'd used as a pillow, nothing. The beam had been my only easy way to check the tree line, and I remembered placing it close enough that I could grab it without sitting up. Now the space was bare, still faintly warm from where the casing should have been. I eased out of the bag and sat with my feet on the cold ground, listening for any hint of movement returning through the leaves. Nothing answered. The tarp sagged with a thin drip of condensation, and the camp had that hollow early morning stillness when it feels like the world isn't fully awake. I didn't want to move farther than I had to, but losing the flashlight made it impossible to ignore the feeling that someone had been near me, close enough to reach into my camp while I slept. A weak silver glow caught my eye about 15 feet downslope. It pulsed through a messy pile of leaves as if something beneath them was breathing light. I walked toward it slowly, careful not to make more noise than necessary. The beam wasn't strong. It flickered as though the casing had been jostled, but it was definitely the same flashlight. I recognized the taped grip and the scuffed end cap I'd cracked on a trail rock earlier in the week. The leaves around it looked disturbed in a loose ring, as if something had settled into them briefly or shuffled through them on its way up the slope. No tracks I could easily read, no neat imprint from a boot or paw. Just a softened depression and a faint line through the leaf litter that matched the direction of the sound I'd heard sliding away from my tarp. I crouched beside the flashlight and brushed the top layer of leaves aside. The beam pointed straight up at the canopy, shaking gently in the morning breeze. I didn't want to believe something or someone had slipped into my camp with enough nerve to take the one object lying within arm's reach of my sleeping bag, but my own habits were the strongest evidence I had. I never misplaced that light. I relied on it too completely to lose track of it in the dark. I picked it up, felt the cold metal in my hand, and tried to imagine a mundane explanation that didn't involve anything standing over me while I slept. Maybe I had half woken in the night, knocked it away by accident, and forgotten the whole thing. I replayed that theory again and again as I walked back to my tarp, but the leaves where I found it didn't look like a place the light could have landed on its own. The distance alone made that story impossible. The woods brightened little by little as the morning settled in. Birds started up in the pines, and the ordinary sounds of the forest crept back. Still, the idea that something had come in close enough to take what it wanted and slip out left a strange pressure on the back of my neck, like I'd been measured and found inattentive. I checked the rest of my gear, and nothing else was missing. No footprints circled the perimeter. Whatever had entered the camp hadn't been interested in anything heavier or more valuable. I tried to shake the feeling as I dismantled the tarp and rolled my bag, but every rustle in the underbrush took on the same tone as the sound that woke me. Quiet, deliberate, passing just out of view. Whoever or whatever had come through had taken only a flashlight, and even returned it in its own way. But the act itself felt personal in a way theft usually doesn't. A reminder maybe, or a test. Something had seen me asleep and decided that moving one small object was enough to make itself known. By the time I shouldered my pack and walked out toward the trail, the trees looked ordinary again. Sunlight cut through the branches, the cold faded, but I kept glancing back at the patch of ground where the leaves had held the weak glow of my light, wondering how long that unseen presence had watched me before, slipping away into the gray edge of morning. I'd been hunting long enough to know when the woods wanted me gone. Most of the time it came as a shift in the wind, or the sudden quieting of birds. Nothing more than the land pressing a palm against my chest and suggesting I try somewhere else. That morning felt different. I'd settled beside a stretch of deadfall, waiting for sign to move again, when the forest went still in a way that didn't follow any pattern I recognized. It was as if the air around me thinned, like sound itself had stepped back and left me exposed in the open. I remember gripping the stock of my rifle a little harder and telling myself to breathe. I had no reason to freeze, but something in those trees held me in place before I even knew why. The silence grew until it felt physical, like a lid set over the woods. No wind, no insects, not even the soft ticking of bark cooling in the shade. I scanned the tree line, but nothing moved. I kept waiting for the first normal thing to break the tension. A squirrel, a crow, anything, but the quiet pressed down until I could feel the shape of it, heavy and deliberate. For a moment I thought maybe another hunter had come in from the ridge without me noticing, but there were no footfalls, no metallic clink, no distant voice, just the sense of something standing close enough that the hairs on the back of my neck lifted as if the air carried a charge. I didn't speak, I didn't shift. The stillness had hooked me in place. The part of me that knew these woods better than I knew most people kept whispering that whatever had caused the sudden stop wasn't small. The air changed the way it does when a large animal settles its weight, and the quiet around me stretched until I felt as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. I tried to angle my head just enough to catch movement without fully committing to a turn, but even that felt risky. Every instinct I had told me that the slightest disturbance might trigger something watching me. That was when the first huff hit me. It wasn't the snort of a deer, or the quick exhale of a bear catching scent. It had depth, low, resonant, pushed from lungs larger than anything I'd ever hunted. The sound punched through the quiet like a blunt instrument. It was close, too close, and directed at my height, as if whatever made it stood eye level with me, despite the uneven ground. My throat locked, and I held my breath without meaning to. Another huff followed, deeper than the first, long enough that I felt the vibration in my ribs. It reminded me of an old bull trying to push a challenger back, except this had a darker weight to it, like it came from deeper in the body than any animal I knew. Not quite a growl, not quite a warning, just a force pushed through air to let me know I'd stepped somewhere I shouldn't have. The third came slower, dragging through the stillness as though it was considering me. It was the intent behind the sound that froze me harder than the noise itself. I could feel that it was meant for me, aimed with precision. There was no mistake, no random exhale, no startled reaction. It was territorial and deliberate, a presence making itself known without revealing anything else. I didn't turn. I didn't dare. The huffs came from behind my left shoulder, about where someone would stand if they were close enough to speak but not close enough to touch. Whatever it was, didn't shift its weight, didn't step, didn't rustle a branch. Only breath, heavy and controlled. I don't know how long I stood like that, locked mid-movement, staring at the deadfall as if the broken branches could tell me what waited behind me. My mind ran through every large animal in the region, but none fit. A moose would have moved. A bear that close would have given itself away, with the scrape of claws or the pop of undergrowth. And no wild animal I'd ever encountered held its breath to study me after announcing itself. The space between the last huff and whatever came next stretched thin, and I realized that if I turned too fast, I might trigger something I didn't understand. The woods stayed utterly still, and the quiet clung to me like damp cloth. My legs began to ache from standing rigid. Sweat gathered under my collar despite the cool air. The forest had taken on that strange hollow quality where every sound feels isolated, as if nothing exists outside a 10-foot circle. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and uneven. I wanted to swallow, but even that small movement felt risky. The presence behind me didn't shift. It simply existed, tall and unmoving, its breath now absent as though it had closed off that signal and was waiting to see what I would do next. I tried to draw air through my nose as quietly as possible. The scent around me hadn't changed. No musk, no rot, no fur or wet earth. Nothing to match the power behind those huffs. That absence made it worse. If I had smelled something, anything, I could have grounded myself in a known animal. Instead, I stood in a pocket of air that felt scraped clean, sterile in a way that didn't belong to these woods. Every part of me longed to pivot slowly and face whatever had made that sound, but the deeper instinct, the one honed over decades outdoors, urged me to keep my head steady. A branch snapped somewhere far off, faint and unrelated, but it broke the perfect quiet just enough for me to breathe again. Even then, I didn't move more than a fraction. The sound behind me didn't answer, but I felt a shift in pressure, like the air warmed by a body had pulled away. I couldn't tell if the thing had stepped back or withdrawn in some other way. The absence left in its place felt just as deliberate as its presence had been. I tested a slow turn of my wrist, trying to ease my fingers from their locked position on the rifle. When nothing reacted, I allowed myself the smallest angle of my head. No further sound, no figure, no movement. but the feeling that something tall had been standing at my shoulder remained as solid as if I'd seen its shadow. I finally looked. Nothing. Only the line of trees, the slope of ground I'd scanned 100 times. The stillness hung on, though, as if the woods hadn't yet decided whether to release me. I stepped backward once, then twice, keeping my eyes on the space where the breaths had come from. No branches shifted, no animals scattered. The world stayed unnervingly neutral, as if erasing the moment even as it lingered on my skin. I didn't shoulder my rifle. I didn't call out. I just moved slow at first, then faster. Once the trail line opened, and the silence behind me faded into normal forest noise. But even then, the rhythm of the woods felt off, like I'd slipped out of some narrow corridor and back into a world that didn't know what had been standing with me. I made it to the ridge before I let myself sit. My breath shook in my chest, and my hands trembled hard enough that I had to rest them against the dirt. I kept looking back down the slope, expecting to see a shape step out from between the trees, but the forest behaved exactly as it should have, casual, indifferent, ordinary. That normalcy felt wrong. The woods shouldn't return to themselves so quickly after something like that. I stayed on the ridge until the light changed and the shadows stretched long across the clearing. The quiet had gone back to its usual pattern, but I couldn't shake the memory of those huffs, each one aimed with a precision that still unsettled me. Something had chosen to reveal itself only through breath, nothing more. No steps, no form, no scent, just a sound shaped to make sure I understood that my presence wasn't welcome. I walked out long before dusk settled, even though I'd planned to stay until dark. I didn't look back again. I didn't need to. The woods behind me felt empty in the way a room feels empty after someone leaves it. A presence gone but still pressing faintly on the walls. I've hunted those forest scents, but I've never returned to that stretch of deadfall. The land might forget, but I haven't. Some things don't need a face or a shape to mark you. Sometimes breath alone is enough to make your mind fill in everything you wish you hadn't imagined. And sometimes the silence that follows stays with you longer than the sound that broke it. I was deep in the timber when the day first showed signs of turning. No sunrise or sunset to mark it, just that dim shift in the light that told me the clouds were thickening overhead and the woods were settling into a colder mood. I'd been tracking sign along a narrow ridge, the kind of place where the wind carries every scent downslope and the soil stays soft enough to show what passed through overnight. I remember thinking how quiet it was even for that time of year. No bird song, no scampering in the underbrush, just the soft crunch of my boots and the rasp of my breath floating between the pines. The trail should have been ordinary, but the silence felt like it was pressing against me, warning me though I didn't realize it then. I kept going because that's what I do. I follow sign until it tells me to stop, and nothing had spoken up yet. What finally stopped me wasn't sound but shape. Ahead, in a patch of brush that the wind barely touched, something moved like it was made of liquid tension. I saw the flick of a tail first, then the narrow triangulated head lifting above the berries. The mountain lion had been there the whole time, crouched low, watching me with those still yellow eyes that don't blink until they have a reason. I've had my share of run-ins with predators, but this was different. There was no warning posture, no slow unfurling of muscle like they sometimes give, when they're deciding if you're worth the trouble. It made its choice instantly. I felt the moment it shifted from watching to hunting, that subtle tuck of the shoulders and the deepening of its stance. I didn't have time to raise my rifle. The cat burst through the brush with a sound like heavy cloth tearing, low and vicious, and the ground trembled under its first landing. Instinct took over. I stepped back, boots skidding on loose dirt, one arm raised to shield my throat. The cat covered the distance between us in a heartbeat, and I knew I wasn't going to outpace it. I was prey in that moment, stripped of every illusion of control. All that training, all those seasons in the back country, and my body still froze under the weight of that primal certainty. It was going to reach me, but it didn't. Something else got there first. A shadow slid across the ground from my right, stretching long before the form that cast it became clear. There was a thunderous snap of underbrush, Not like a branch breaking, but like the whole forest exhaling in one hard burst. Then a massive clawed hand, if hand is even the right word, closed around the mountain lion mid-leap. The cat's momentum jolted to nothing. It didn't shriek, didn't thrash, didn't even get the chance. 1 second it was alive and moving with terrifying purpose, and the next its sound cut off as if swallowed by the air itself. The only noise that followed was the heavy, wet shift of its body being dragged upward. I stumbled back until my shoulders hit a tree. From that angle, I could see only glimpses between the branches. A towering frame, fur-matted and dark, moving with a disturbing calm. I kept expecting it to drop the lion, but instead the lion hung limp, disappearing behind the creature's bulk. I tried not to imagine what was happening to it behind the screen of limbs and bark. The woods had fallen dead silent again, but this time it felt earned, like every living thing had tucked itself away to avoid whatever had just claimed the mountain lion. Then something warm splattered across my face. At first I thought it was rain, just a sudden fall of precipitation from the thickening clouds. But rain doesn't come down in heavy, warm droplets that cling to your skin and slide down your collar. I didn't dare touch it. I stood there as more of the fluid pattered onto my jacket and hands. The smell reached me a moment later, metallic and heady, like the air inside a slaughterhouse. I wiped my cheek with the back of my glove, and the streak it left was dark and thick. I don't know if it came from the mountain lion or from the thing that had taken it, but it coated me in seconds. The creature stepped into a clearer patch of light then, and the sight froze whatever part of me still believed I understood the animals of these woods. It stood upright like a man, but carried the mass of a bear, shoulders rolling with each breath. The fur wasn't uniform. It clumped in irregular patches, as though the creature had pushed through sap and mud, without caring what stuck to it. Its head was slightly forward, the way something leans when it's scenting the air, and I realized with creeping certainty that it wasn't just standing there, it was listening to me. Listening for how afraid I was. I didn't move. Even blinking felt like an announcement. The creature's chest expanded, ribs shifting under its coat, and a low noise vibrated from somewhere deep inside it. Not a growl, not exactly, more like the echo of weight being dragged across stone. The sound wasn't meant for me, but it included me, folding me into the creature's awareness like a new detail it hadn't bothered to process until then. I told myself to grip my rifle, but my fingers wouldn't tighten. They hung there, slick with whatever had fallen on me. The creature turned its head slightly, not enough to show its full face, just enough to reveal an angled profile, broad snout, sweeping ridge above the eye, a darkness where the eye should have caught the light. Its breathing deepened, and for one nauseating moment, I thought it was going to take a step toward me, but instead, it shifted the mountain lion's weight, adjusting its grip with those long hooked claws. The cat dangled, utterly lifeless like a toy caught in a larger animal's game. My mind tried to supply a name for the thing standing in front of me. Bear didn't fit. No bear I'd ever seen moved with that posture, or stood so squarely upright. No bear silenced a full-grown mountain lion mid-attack with a single motion. The creature had the leverage of something built for that kind of violence, not improvising it. I tried to breathe through my nose to avoid swallowing the scent of that fluid, but the smell filled the air too completely. The creature seemed to notice the way I flinched from it. Its head lifted a fraction, nostrils widening, as if checking the direction of the wind. We stood in an uneasy balance, me pinned to the tree, barely breathing, and it towering between me and any hope of escape. Then something changed in its posture, subtle but definitive. It turned away, not quickly, not dismissively, more like it had decided I wasn't worth the trouble. The creature pivoted with deliberate slowness, the mountain lion still held in its grasp, and stepped into the thicker part of the timber. Each footfall was heavy enough to move the soil, yet strangely controlled, leaving impressions I was too afraid to examine. The farther it moved, the more the forest seemed to absorb it, until its silhouette blended with the trunks and shadows and finally disappeared altogether. I stayed against the tree for a long time. I don't know how long. The clouds had darkened, but the world around me felt lighter only because the immediate danger had peeled itself away. My jacket clung to me, sticky with whatever the creature had let fall. I wanted to scrape it off, but that meant admitting it was real, and I wasn't ready for that. Not until my breathing steadied enough to prove I was still alive. When I pushed myself off the tree, my legs buckled at first. The ground felt untrustworthy, like it might open beneath me if I put weight in the wrong place. I looked down the ridge where the creature had vanished, half expecting it to reappear, drawn back by the noise of my movement. Nothing stirred. Even the wind held its breath. I wiped my face again, slower this time, trying not to think of the mountain lion's abrupt silence. I started back toward camp in careful, deliberate steps. Every snapped twig made me flinch. I imagined the creature's massive outline slipping through the trees behind me, observing me the way it had observed the lion just before taking it. But the forest stayed empty except for the drip of moisture from the branches overhead. By the time I reached the lower trail, the light had shifted again, flattening into that dull late-hour gray that makes distances hard to read. The quiet followed me all the way to camp, and even after I lit the stove and peeled off my ruined jacket, I couldn't shake the sense that something had shifted permanently inside those woods. Predators have their own order, their own boundaries, and I'd stepped into a place where I didn't belong, where one predator had been preparing to kill me until a larger one claimed the right instead. People ask why I didn't report it, why I didn't go back and take pictures of the tracks or examine the clearing. I tell them the truth. When the forest shows you something it never intended you to see, you don't go looking for it twice. You leave quietly and hope that whatever watched you walk away decides to forget you. But some nights when I'm alone and the house settles just so, I hear that low vibrating noise again. Not loud, not close, just enough to remind me of the weight that moved through the trees that day, interrupting a death that should have been mine. Sometimes I wake with the smell of that warm metallic fluid still clinging to my memory, and I have to reach for the edge of the bed to steady myself. I survived because something bigger wanted the mountain lion more than it wanted me. That's the simplest way to put it. But surviving something doesn't mean you leave it behind. The forest knows what it holds, and it doesn't always give answers. I've gone back into the woods since then, but never to that ridge. Some places change after you see what lives in them. Some places grow tall shadows that weren't there before. And when the wind moves through those pines, I swear it carries a shape with it. A shape too large to be just a memory, too heavy to be just fear, moving on two legs through the quiet, listening for the next thing that doesn't belong. I had expected the old fishing hut to be just another empty shell rotting on the lake's edge, the kind of place wind passes through without resistance. But the moment we pushed through its warped doorway, something in the air shifted. I felt it before I understood it, an immediate pressure along the back of my neck, as if a gaze had settled there before I even took my second step inside. The others fanned out behind me, their boots brushing aside old nets and broken floats. But I stayed still for a breath, trying to understand why the place felt occupied despite its silence. The lake outside was still, the weather flat and neutral, but inside the hut the air seemed held in a different kind of suspension, like it was waiting for us to speak first. The floorboards creaked under our weight, brittle in some places, softened by years of moisture in others. The hut smelled of damp wood and old bait, the kind of sour sweetness that sticks to your throat. I told myself that the heaviness I felt came from that mix, stale air and rot bending my senses, but the thought didn't settle. I had walked through plenty of abandoned places before, and none had ever reacted to my presence like this. It was as though the building recognized us, worse, as if it resented the intrusion. We spread out without much conversation. Our group never needed to announce who would check what. We'd done enough of these exploratory trips for a rhythm to settle in. Mira and Lewis drifted toward the far window to check the lake view. Jonah poked at the upturned crates piled near the corner. I stayed near the entrance, scanning the joinery, the collapsed rafters, the dark seams running down the inner walls. I couldn't explain it, but stepping farther into the hut felt like stepping over a threshold into something that wasn't entirely empty. The sound of the lake lapping against the stilts beneath the hut reached us in soft, uneven beats. Every now and then a breeze outside nudged the shingles, but inside the space remained strangely insulated, as if the structure had swallowed its own echoes. The quiet built on itself in layers until my thoughts seemed too loud in my skull. I rubbed my palms against my jeans, grounding myself in the texture of the fabric, in the reminder that I was here with people I trusted. Still, the prickling sense of being observed wouldn't let up. Each time I looked over my shoulder, the shadows layered across the planks seemed different. Not moved exactly, but arranged in a way that made me feel as though I'd turned away from something mid-gesture. I tried to shake it off by helping Jonah shift a crate. The wood left a dusty smear on my gloves. "Place hasn't been touched in years," he muttered, though the flat tone made it sound like he didn't quite believe it. I didn't respond. I didn't want my voice to go too far into the space. Mira called out that the window frame on her side was barely holding together, her words muffled by the wall between us. The hut had been built with a series of narrow partitions, maybe for storage or for keeping different fishing supplies separated, and most of those partitions had partially collapsed. We were moving through the remains of a structure that once had purpose but now sagged under its own forgotten weight. I decided to check the entrance again, more out of compulsion than need. The door we'd pushed open hung crooked on its hinges. The top hinge rusted to the point of looking melted. The bottom hinge held fast though, anchoring the door like a trapped limb. Outside, the lake stretched into a pale sheet of water, muted under the overcast sky. I inhaled, letting the cold air settle the unease knotting inside me. That was when the hairs along my arms rose. It wasn't wind, it wasn't temperature. It was that same sensation sharpening, drawing tighter as if something unseen had stepped closer. I held my breath without meaning to. For a moment there was nothing, only the wet hush of the lake outside, the shuffling of my friends deeper in the hut, and my heartbeat ticking too loudly in my ears. Then the sound came. The entrance door creaked. Not from us, not from the wind, not from anything I could explain. It creaked as though someone outside had placed their hand on it and pulled. The slow grind of wood against rusted metal cut through the hut's quiet with a tone so deliberate that every muscle in my body locked. I turned toward the doorway in time to see it inch open farther, though none of us were close enough to touch it. Mira's boots scuffed behind one of the partitions. Jonah muttered something sharp under his breath. Lewis stepped out from where the window framed him, his posture stiff. I felt the temperature shift again, colder this time, but concentrated, as though a pocket of air with a different history had been carried inside. The door settled against the wall with a soft, final thud. Heavy footsteps entered. They weren't muffled, they weren't distant. They were on the ground floor with us, slow, weighty, each step compressing the planks in a steady cadence. The resonance moved through the hut as though the space itself conducted the sound, drawing our attention along the floorboards to the progression of those unseen footsteps. I waited for a shape to appear, or a shadow, or anything at all, but the doorway gaped empty. The footsteps still came forward. Lewis backed up until his shoulder struck a beam. Jonah shifted nearer to Mira. I didn't move. I couldn't. My breath felt pinned between my ribs, unwilling to escape. Then came the breathing. It rolled into the hut with the same heaviness as the footsteps, as if whatever crossed the threshold exhaled a weight it carried. The breathing was slow, deep, and too close to place anywhere except in the room with us. It was not frantic, not labored, simply present, like the steady rise and fall of a chest that we should have been able to see but couldn't. Each inhale dragged through the air, pulling something unseen with it. Each exhale pushed a rhythm against the silence, reshaping the space around us. No one spoke. No one even shifted their stance. We stayed frozen, held in place by something that didn't touch us but pressed against our senses with unbearable clarity. The breathing moved slightly, closer to the center of the hut, then angling toward the far wall, then pausing. The footsteps resumed for a short stretch, heavy enough that the boards dipped under the pressure. The sound passed near where Mira stood, though she pressed herself flat against the remaining frame, eyes wide and unblinking. I forced myself to swallow. The motion felt too loud in my throat. The footsteps changed direction again, circling through the hut's center, but not in a pattern that suggested searching. It reminded me of someone pacing the length of their own room, familiar with every creak and seam. Yet we had disturbed this place. We had entered without invitation. I couldn't shake the impression that whatever walked among us now was only acknowledging our presence in the same way a landowner acknowledges trespassers, not with hostility exactly, but with the right to stand where we didn't. The breathing deepened once more, a weight past the entrance to the back partition, too close for comfort, but never brushing us. I felt it in the floor as much as heard it, a slow shifting of mass. My nerves strained so tightly that my fingertips tingled. Then everything stopped. The breath ceased mid-cycle. The footsteps cut off between one plank and the next. The air froze so absolutely that even the lake outside seemed to mute itself in response. The silence that followed was not the hut's earlier quiet. This was something carved out, thick and unnatural, sealing itself around us. I didn't dare turn my head. None of us did. We stood anchored in place, our bodies caught between the instinct to flee and the fear that movement would draw attention. The sensation of being watched surged back with sharp precision. If the earlier pressure on my neck had felt like a glance, this felt like full focus, direct, unblinking, and too close. I couldn't tell how long we stayed that way. Time lost its shape. The silence pressed on my ears until I wondered if I had gone deaf. My pulse throbbed, the only sound I could still claim as my own. The others were equally still, their outlines rigid, their breaths thin and shallow as though afraid to disturb the air. I waited for the footsteps to start again, for the breathing to swell back into the hut, for the door to shift, or the shadows to alter, or the floor to protest. But nothing resumed. The presence that had entered remained without revealing itself, hovering somewhere in the boundary between the physical and the perceptible. Each second stretched longer than the last, the stillness drawing tighter, coiling around us without making a sound. Eventually the tension in my legs began to tremble. My knees felt locked, like rusted joints forced to bear too much weight. I tightened my jaw to keep my teeth from clattering. The sensation of being watched didn't fade. It settled deeper, becoming something I couldn't shake, even if I wanted to. I felt it there in the seams of the hut, in the cold line of air cutting along the floor, in the invisible point where the silence focused itself. Behind me, Jonah shifted just enough for the floor to creak under his boot. It was a small sound, almost imperceptible, but in that sealed quiet it echoed like a snap. My heart leapt painfully at the noise. Mira inhaled sharply. Lewis pressed a hand to the beam beside him, steadying himself. Still, nothing moved. The door stayed open, but motionless. The lake remained subdued. No footsteps returned. No breath resumed. The presence didn't leave, it simply held, suspended, as though evaluating the disruption we had caused. I could feel it still occupying the hut, but its attention had settled into a steady, unbearable weight instead of an active approach. The seconds kept passing. My muscles burned from holding steady, but fear overpowered discomfort. I couldn't tell whether the others waited for me to act, or whether we were all equally rooted. The stillness shaped itself around us in a way I had never felt before, filling the space with the impression of something standing, just beyond the reach of vision. Finally, I managed to shift one foot back. The movement felt foreign, uncoordinated, like I had forgotten how to use my own limbs. I didn't take a full step. I only loosened my stance enough to breathe more evenly. The sound of my boot scraping the floor didn't provoke any change. The presence remained. Another breath, another small shift of weight. Mira moved next, sliding her hand along the remains of the partition. Lewis pushed off the beam. Jonah exhaled slowly, though the sound was nearly swallowed by the thickness of the air. We didn't speak, we didn't signal to each other, but something in the shared tension told us to back away together, slow and measured. I began retreating toward the entrance without turning my back fully on the room. The others followed suit, each step careful enough to avoid provoking any response. The doorway felt impossibly far. Each inch gained came with the conviction that the presence was following us in total silence, pacing us without footsteps, without breath, without a single shift of the air. My spine tingled with the certainty that if I turned fully around, I would see nothing and still feel something leaning close. At last, my hand reached the doorframe. My fingers curled around the splintered edge. I felt the cold from outside spill over my knuckles, a relief so sharp it nearly buckled my knees. One by one, the others reached the exit too. The moment we crossed the threshold, it felt as if we had stepped out of a sealed chamber into open air. The pressure eased, not vanishing, but releasing just enough for us to breathe again. We didn't run. Not yet. We backed away down the wooden platform, eyes fixed on the hut. The entrance remained wide, the dim interior perfectly still. Nothing emerged. No footsteps followed. But I knew, even before we reached the shoreline, that whatever had entered that hut had not left when we did. It had returned to whatever corner of the space it occupied, content to remain unseen but not absent. Its attention lifted only from us, not from the structure we had disturbed. When my boots finally touched the wet soil at the lake's edge, I felt my lungs expand fully for the first time since the door creaked open. Jonah kept glancing over his shoulder. Mira's hand shook as she brushed her hair back. Lewis refused to look at the hut at all. We didn't speak until we were nearly back to the road, and even then the conversation never formed into anything solid. None of us tried to explain what we had heard. None of us tried to name it. The ambiguity clung to us, resisting definition, making the experience feel less like an encounter, and more like a boundary we had crossed without realizing it. Only later, long after the hut had faded from view, did I let myself consider the simplest truth. We entered a place that didn't want us there, and something inside made sure we understood that. What lingers in that hut now is not my question to answer. All I know is that the moment the door creaked and those footsteps crossed the floor, the building felt less abandoned than any place I've ever been, and although the presence never showed itself, its breathing still echoes in the quiet corners of my memory, steady and unbroken, as though it never stopped at all. I grew up believing my father was carved out of something harder than the rest of us. He moved through the world with a quiet steadiness, the kind that made people fall silent when he entered a room. He wasn't unkind, just contained, as if his thoughts stayed locked behind his ribs where no one could reach them. That made the change in him all the more unsettling. Whatever happened to him in the woods existed outside the rules I understood, and when he finally admitted that the sound he heard wasn't from any animal he knew, the words left him looking smaller, almost brittle. I didn't witness it myself. I only pieced it together years later, after noticing all the ways he learned to avoid that particular stretch of trees at the edge of our old property. I used to think it was just one of those adult habits you don't question. But the night he flinched at a fox barking in the pasture, the truth began to show through the cracks between us, like a strange light leaking under a door I wasn't supposed to open. The thing about those woods is that they were familiar to all of us. My brother and I played there until the soles of our shoes wore thin. We knew the bend in the creek where minnows glimmered in the shade like moving coins. We knew where the ground dipped under the weight of old roots, how the air changed when the wind passed through the canopy. My father knew those woods better than anyone. He used to take long walks at dusk, letting the last of the day slide off his shoulders. He said the quiet helped him think. I never imagined that quiet could turn on him. The story, what little he allowed to be a story, happened years before I understood the difference between fear that fades and fear that lodges itself in the body. At that time, he still moved with the loose confidence of a man who trusted his environment. The way he later described it, he'd been following a narrow trail made by deer. The air carried a dry coolness, the kind that made distance feel larger, sound travel farther. There was nothing unusual, no build-up, no shift in the understory or the wind. He walked until he reached a clearing shaped like a shallow bowl. It wasn't a clearing we recognized. My brother and I tried to find it later, retracing his approximate path through the trees, but the terrain didn't match what he described. That bothered me for a long time. Woods don't just rearrange themselves overnight. but he insisted it was there, and from the rare expression on his face when he spoke, I believed him. It started with a pressure in the air, something low and heavy that settled around him without warning. He didn't call it a sound at first. He said it felt like standing on the edge of a storm, except the sky above him was clear, the light thin and even. Then came the noise. One long rising tone that didn't break, didn't tremble, didn't fit inside any category of living thing he'd heard before. He grew up around animals. He could tell the difference between a coyote and a bobcat even half asleep. But this tone, he said it was as if the woods had inhaled and exhaled through something hollow and impossibly large. It lifted the hairs on his arms, tightened the skin along the back of his neck. He felt the vibration of it in his ribs. The part he would never fully explain was the shift that followed. The sound cut off, clean and abrupt, and the silence that fell afterward was so complete it felt unnatural, not quiet. Dead stillness, as if every insect, every hidden creature, every breath of wind had been erased. For a moment he thought he'd gone deaf. When he tested it by snapping a twig under his boot, the crack came through much too sharp, like it didn't belong to the space he stood in. He turned around then, not because he saw anything, but because the stillness pressed at him from behind, urging him to move without thinking. He started back toward the trail, but the woods didn't look the same. He swore the trees had shifted fractionally closer together, their trunks leaning in subtle angles he didn't remember. There was no path visible. He chose a direction anyway, and walked fast enough to keep his breath shallow. He didn't run. He knew better than to run in unfamiliar terrain, but something in him, some instinct he trusted, insisted he should not remain in that clearing. Another second. When he stepped over a fallen log, the sound returned, not loud this time, not rising, just a single note, low and steady, vibrating faintly through the ground. He didn't describe it in detail. He only said the second tone was worse because it felt directed at him. Not like a threat, not like an animal calling out, more like attention, as if something had finally noticed he was there. I think that was the part that stayed with him. Not panic, not danger, attention from something he couldn't see. He didn't remember much after that, only that the trees eventually opened into a patch of familiar terrain, and he recognized the cut of light filtering through branches he'd known since childhood. The sound didn't follow him into that place. When he reached home, he sat on the porch steps until the sky darkened completely. My mother found him there, hands clasped, breathing steady but eyes distant, as if he hadn't fully returned. He tried to dismiss it at first. He told himself he'd heard wind caught between two ridges, an echo bouncing off stone, a trick of acoustics. My father never gave room for anything else, but the explanation didn't settle in him. He didn't mention it to us for a long time. What I remember is how he avoided the woods afterward. When I asked if he'd take us camping in that area again, he said we should try somewhere new. He didn't say why, and at the time I didn't push him. Years later, when my brother and I were old enough to notice changes in him, how he hesitated before walking toward the tree line, how his shoulders tightened at certain outdoor sounds, we tried to bring it up. He brushed it off with a firmness that felt almost rehearsed. He didn't want to talk, and we learned not to pry. The moment he finally broke that silence came without warning. It was late autumn, the kind of night where the temperature drops fast enough to sting the lungs. My brother and I were stacking firewood in the shed. My father walked in to check the lock on the back door, and a distant call echoed from the far side of the pasture. Just a fox, thin and rasping. But my father stopped mid-step, his hand clenched around the handle. A pale tension climbed up his face, tightening the corners of his eyes. It lasted only a second, but it was enough to unsettle me. When he realized we were watching him, he tried to soften his expression. It didn't hold. Later that night, while my brother slept, I found him sitting at the kitchen table. He wasn't a man who fidgeted, but his thumb kept tracing the rim of his mug, slow and distracted. I sat across from him and didn't speak. He kept his eyes on the steam rising off the coffee until it thinned into nothing. Then he said, almost quietly, "That sound wasn't from anything that belongs in those woods." I didn't know what to say. He wasn't the kind of person who admitted fear lightly. He leaned back in his chair, shoulders slightly hunched, and told me that whatever he heard didn't move like an animal, didn't breathe like one, didn't match anything that should have been alive in that landscape. He wasn't claiming anything fantastical. He wasn't making a point. He just wanted me to understand the shape of his silence. He didn't elaborate. The more I waited, the more he closed back into himself. By morning, he acted as though the conversation had never happened. My brother and I returned to the woods after that, trying out of some misguided instinct to reclaim something on his behalf. We hiked the edges, traced the outline of familiar clearings, listened for anything that might resemble the tone he described. None of it matched. The woods behaved normally. Birds called from their usual roosts. Squirrels chattered in the branches overhead. At dusk, the temperature dipped in the same comfortable rhythm it always had. The air smelled of leaf rot and damp bark. Whatever happened to him happened only once, and to him alone. I often wondered whether something inside him had changed long before the encounter. Something subtle he didn't acknowledge until the sound reached him. But whenever I tried to picture that moment, the stillness afterward, the shift in the air, the sense of being observed by something without form, I understood why he let the experience sink into a corner of himself where words couldn't reach. He lived the rest of his life without returning to that part of the woods. Even when friends invited him to hunt along the ridge, he declined. He didn't offer excuses, just said he'd rather stay home. My brother teased him about growing soft, but the look our father gave him ended the joke quickly. In time, the story became a kind of unspoken presence in our family. Not something we discussed, more like a shadow that lengthened with us as we grew older. My mother knew better than to ask about it. My brother eventually stopped bringing it up, and I learned to accept that some experiences carve their meaning silently, the way water shapes stone, without ever announcing the change. Even now, when I walk near the edge of those woods, I feel a faint echo of what he must have sensed, an awareness of space that seems to watch as much as it contains. I've never heard the sound he described. No one else has either. But I believe him. I believe something in those trees recognized him in a way he recognized only once, and that recognition left a mark he carried quietly for the rest of his life. When the wind slides through the branches just right, lifting the leaves in a single shared breath, I sometimes pause and listen, not expecting to hear what he heard, but trying to understand how a single moment could unsettle the core of a man so steady. I don't get any closer to an answer. All I feel is the weight of that clearing he couldn't find again, the heavy stillness he walked through, and the shape of a sound that didn't belong to anything we can name. I kept the note sealed in a plastic evidence sleeve for years, the one marker that proved I hadn't imagined everything written in it. I found myself running my thumb across the edge of that sleeve the morning I drove back into Rocky Mountain National Park, letting the familiar weight of it settle me before I stepped out of the truck. The air smelled of dry pine and granite dust, the same as it had the summer my daughter vanished. I remember thinking that the forest hadn't changed at all, and that somehow made it worse. I kept moving, because stillness made my chest knot. The trail was narrower than I remembered, washed out in places where meltwater had carved away the soft soil. I felt the heat building through the canopy, a steady press on the back of my neck, for months. After we lost her, I couldn't come near these mountains, but now they felt like the only place I could breathe. I wasn't here to find peace. I was here because everything in me told me the thing that took her was still out there. My wife had begged me to stop chasing shadows. She stood in the driveway that morning, arms wrapped around herself, trying not to watch the rifle case I slid behind the seat. I told her I only needed to walk the old routes again, to face the ground we'd covered with the search teams. That was true, at least at first, but when I closed the truck door, I saw her step back like a gust had pushed her, and for a moment I understood why. I wasn't the same man she'd married. There was a hardness in me now, something set in place by the endless days of searching and the nights listening for footsteps that never came. I reached the clearing near the boulder field just past midday. Sunlight slanted through the branches, carving sharp lines across the dirt. This was where the trail cameras had once caught shapes we convinced ourselves were tricks of motion, where hikers reported echoes that didn't match their steps, where the ranger told us to keep our voices down because sound carried strangely here. I didn't speak. I didn't need to. I just listened to the air, to that faint low thrum I'd only ever heard in the deepest parts of the forest. The first sign was the smell, not rot, but a musky animal heaviness that drifted low to the ground. I crouched, letting my hand rest on the rifle grip, and scanned the trail line. A shadow shifted near the rocks, too large to be deer. My throat tightened as it stepped into the light. Gray hair matted along its shoulders. Long forearms hung past its knees. The torso, thick, powerful, moved with a slow, deliberate sway. It had the outline of a primate, but the proportions were off, like something built for climbing cliffs and vanishing into canyons. It watched me without blinking. I felt the memory of my daughter's laugh rise like a breath and break against the inside of my ribs. I raised the rifle. Not fast, not dramatic, just a clean, practiced motion born from long hours alone on ranges trying to steady the tremor in my hands. The creature didn't back away. It took one step closer, head tilting as if studying the shape of the barrel. I didn't shout, didn't warn it. That part of me had been stripped away long before. When I exhaled, the world narrowed to a single point. The shot cracked across the clearing. The creature staggered once and dropped. No scramble, no cry, just a heavy final collapse that sent a shiver through the ground. I stayed where I was, rifle still raised, waiting to feel something like victory. But all I felt was the mountain wind brushing against the sweat on my back. Then the forest shifted. It began with the scrape of something moving through the branches above me, not the rustle of squirrels or birds. A deep, weighty shake, as if the trees were bracing against something large passing from limb to limb. I turned, scanning upward, sunlight splintering through needles. The sound circled me from above, then stopped. A scream tore through the clearing. It wasn't human. It wasn't anything I'd heard even in recordings of primates. It was raw force, a sound that vibrated in my jaw and rattled the breath in my chest. Before I could pinpoint the source, a second form dropped from the upper canopy, fast enough that the branches barely stirred in its wake. I caught only the arc of its movement, gray fur, a flash of teeth, the punch of its landing somewhere behind me. I spun, saw a blur rushing forward, and fired on instinct. The bullet caught it in the shoulder. Its momentum faltered, body twisting through dust and needles. It didn't fall. It pushed itself upright with one long arm, turning toward me with a low, guttural rumble that felt like a warning more than pain. For a breath, we stared at each other. I could see the intelligence in its eyes. Not human, not animal, but something that understood loss and fury. My finger tightened on the trigger again, but the creature shifted back, weight settling toward the tray line. It kept its gaze locked on mine as it retreated, step by controlled step, until the branches swallowed it whole. The forest went still. Not quiet, just still, like everything living around me was holding its breath. I didn't go after it. Even in that moment, with adrenaline burning through me, I knew I'd been given something that wasn't mercy, but a message. I slung the rifle, approached the first creature's body, and stopped a few feet short. I didn't touch it. I couldn't. It felt like crossing a line I wasn't sure I'd come back from. Instead, I looked toward the trees where the second creature had vanished. I thought about the angles of the branches, the depth of the shadows, the height they must have moved through without sound. A pair of animals wouldn't have done that. A pair of anything ordinary wouldn't have watched in silence until one of their own fell. I left the clearing without looking back. I felt eyes tracking me through the woods the whole way. Not hunting me, not yet, but marking the path I took. The trail seemed longer on the return, the air thicker. Every so often I caught the echo of that scream, not carried on wind but inside memory, replaying without my permission. When I reached the truck, I saw my reflection in the window. Older, worn, but steady for the first time in years. Vengeance hadn't filled the hollow space inside me, but it had given me clarity. What took my daughter wasn't a lone monster. It was a species that guarded its own, that moved through the treetops and watched from distances our eyes weren't trained to measure. They were still out there, further into the range, deeper into the hidden valleys where the trails thin and the map lines fade. People think the danger here is weather or getting lost. They don't understand how much the forest holds back, how much it tolerates until it doesn't. I can't stop anyone from hiking these mountains, but I can warn them. Stay close to the established routes. Don't ignore the feeling of being watched. And if you hear something large moving above you, don't assume it's wind. The creatures that took my daughter are still grieving their dead. They know my face now, and if they ever choose to come for me, I'll hear them long before I see them. I grew up on a quiet street in New Hampshire where the houses sat close together, but the world behind them felt endless. On one side of our neighborhood was the kind of forest kids used for forts and secret trails, soft with pine needles and open enough for sunlight to spill in. Across the street, though, stood a different stretch of woods, taller, darker, the kind of place you didn't wander into without thinking about it first. I didn't know why I felt that way back then. Only that something about that tree line made me slow down every time I passed it. Still, the day I finally stepped inside, I remember exactly how the air shifted around me. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10, small enough that the ferns brushed my elbows as I pushed through the first few feet. The shade was thicker than I expected, muffling the sounds from the street. I remember how quiet it felt, like something about the place trapped the noise. I walked maybe 20 steps before the certainty dropped into my stomach that someone was looking straight at me. It wasn't a thought. It was a physical jolt, like walking into a cold room and realizing someone is already there. I froze. The trees were close together, their trunks straight and pale, and for a second I convinced myself I'd just spooked myself. But then the feeling tightened. It wasn't like being watched from a distance, the way you feel a stranger glance at you in a store. It was immediate and fixed, like someone inches behind my shoulder, waiting for me to notice. No branches snapped, no leaves shifted, but every part of me screamed to turn around and run. I bolted back toward the street. As soon as my foot hit the edge of the pavement and the light opened around me, the feeling quit completely like a blown-out candle. I stood there panting, facing the woods expecting someone to step out. No one did. I didn't tell anyone about it, partly because I didn't think I could explain it, and partly because the moment I left that shade I wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. The years went by, and the memory thinned out the way childhood fears do, turning into something I could laugh about if I needed to. I became a more cautious teenager, still curious, still drawn to quiet places, but better at listening to my instincts. By the time I was 14 or 15, I'd hiked most of the safe woods behind our neighborhood, and I'd gotten used to wandering alone. That other patch of forest across the street stayed in the corner of my mind, though, like a page in a book I'd turned to quickly. One late afternoon, I decided to go back in. I don't remember what pushed me to do it. Maybe boredom, maybe stubbornness. But I crossed the street and stepped under the trees again. The light was low and warm behind me, but inside the woods, it was already dim. The path I picked wasn't really a path, just a slight opening where other kids had probably wandered before. For the first minute, nothing happened, just the smell of damp earth, the soft sound of wind pushing through the canopy, the sense of old stillness. Then the quiet sharpened. It wasn't sudden this time. It rolled in slowly like a tide. I walked deeper, maybe 50 feet, and then the old feeling returned with absolute clarity. Someone was watching me. Not maybe, not possibly, not the way you imagine eyes on you when you're alone. This felt directed, intentional. The back of my neck prickled as if a fingertip hovered just above my skin. I tried to look around without moving my head, as if shifting too fast would trigger something I couldn't see. The trees stood straight and bare of leaves until higher up. No shapes between them. No movement. but the feeling pressed harder, settling on me like weight. I should have left. Every part of me knew that, yet this time I was older, convinced I could reason through it. I slowed my breathing and scanned the ground, telling myself I'd find a squirrel nest, a deer trail, something that explained why the silence had felt wrong when I was a kid. I stepped over a fallen branch, and my shoe caught on something soft beneath the leaves. I bent down. It was a shoe, or what was left of one. The fabric had rotted away in strips, and the sole was separating, green with moss. It looked old, older than anything that should have still been sitting out in the open. I nudged aside the leaves and found another one beside it, and another. I stood up fast and backed away. The ground ahead dipped a little, and in that shallow hollow were more shoes, slumped in uneven piles, dozens of them, different sizes, different colors, though most had faded into the same dull brown. Some were half buried, some still held their cracked laces. The smell coming off them wasn't strong, just the sourness of decades-old fabric and earth, but the sight locked me in place. Scattered among them were scraps of nylon, flaps of what looked like tent material, a collapsed camping chair, a rusted frame for a backpack. It should have been easy to explain. Maybe an old campsite, maybe a dumping spot, but nothing about it looked casual. The shoes weren't tossed, they were arranged by time and weather, as if they had accumulated slowly. One pair after another surrendered to the same quiet that filled the woods now. That feeling of being watched surged, sharper than ever. It pinned me, held me there long enough for my breath to catch and stutter in my chest. The air felt cold despite the warm evening outside the tree line. I couldn't hear birds anymore. I couldn't hear anything. My pulse was so loud it felt like the only moving thing for miles. I didn't say a word. I couldn't. I stepped back once, then again, keeping my eyes on that hollow, waiting for something, anything to shift. Nothing moved, but the pressure of attention followed me with every step. It stayed fixed on me, like whatever had once belonged to those shoes was aware that I'd found them. When my heel brushed the sunlit edge of the woods, the feeling loosened. By the time I stepped fully onto the street, it lifted the same way it had when I was a child. Immediately, without transition, I crossed back to the safer woods, the familiar ones, and only then did the sounds return. Distant traffic, a dog barking, the rush of wind over rooftops. I didn't go back. I never told anyone what I found. Even now, when I picture that hollow, I can feel the same cold attention settle behind me, steady and patient, as if the moment I remember it too clearly, something in those trees remembers me too. I'd been working at the visitor center only a few weeks when the summer heat settled over the hills, in that heavy, breath-stealing way Montana gets in July. Most days I took my breaks behind the maintenance shed, a little pocket of shade tucked between the pines where the ground dipped toward the older section of the crowland. The spot felt quiet enough that first week, untouched and still. But on the morning, everything began. I remember pausing mid-sip of lukewarm coffee, because the pine needles behind me trembled in a way that didn't match the wind. There wasn't much wind at all, just a faint, slow rustling. A small skittering sound like someone dragging fingertips across dry brush. I turned more than once expecting to see a squirrel darting up a trunk, or maybe a fawn nosing through the duff, yet nothing moved. When the rustling stopped, it was abrupt, like something freezing in place the moment I paid attention. I told myself it was wildlife. That was the easiest explanation, and I took it gratefully. But even as I tried to get on with my day, I noticed the way the air seemed to press in around that break spot, as though I'd stepped somewhere I hadn't been invited. Inside the center, the artifacts display had been rearranged for the season, giving the crow beadwork and tools their own long glass case near the back wall. I'd dusted that case the day before. I remembered how clear the glass had been, how carefully I'd polished around the small stone tools. That afternoon, one of my coworkers pointed at the pane with a puzzled frown. There, spaced irregularly across the lower half of the glass, were faint handprints. Not the broad, oily marks kids leave, These were tiny, more like smudges from someone with hands the size of a toddler's, but more slender, more tapered. I wiped them off, uneasy but not ready to call anything strange. By closing time, a new set had appeared. Over the following days, the rustling followed me. Not constantly, just enough to register whenever I stepped outside alone. A flicker in the brush, a soft shift of weight, always behind me, never ahead. My curiosity was still stronger than my fear then, but it was changing, gaining an edge that tightened my shoulders. At night when I locked up, I'd linger near the artifact case longer than I needed to, staring at those handprints returning as if someone were leaning close to look inside. The water issue hit during the second week. One of the maintenance guys rushed into the center with a tight look, telling us to stop visitors from using the fountains immediately. Something had contaminated the drinking system. He didn't know what, only that the water smelled metallic and looked cloudy at the source valve. I walked out back to check the spigot we used for cleaning supplies, and when I turned it on, the water sputtered and coughed out in a weak, milky stream. It had a strange, earthy scent like overturned mud, in a place that shouldn't have mud at all. We posted notices and shut everything down, but the timing lodged itself in my mind. Phenomena inside, now disturbances outside. The manager tried to keep everyone steady. He was a quiet man who preferred radio calls to face-to-face conversations, which is why the moment with the voice still catches me whenever I think back on that summer. I was stocking pamphlets by the center doorway during a slow afternoon when I heard him call my name from the main hall. His voice was unmistakable, flat, a little tired the way he always sounded after a morning of paperwork. I stepped into the hallway expecting to see him there. It was empty. One of my coworkers walked in behind me, shaking her head before I could say anything. She told me the manager had left earlier for a meeting in town and wouldn't be back until the next day. I didn't answer her. Something about that voice lingered in the stillness, as if it had come from just around the corner, just out of sight. When dusk fell and we shut off the lights, I could still hear the faint echo of it in my memory, stretching the hallway longer than it should have been. I started avoiding the break spot. It felt like the ground had grown watchful, even when I stood inside the center, handling maps or answering questions. I had the sense something pressed close to the building from the tree line, circling, testing. As days slipped by, the unease became a low hum in the background of every task. The rustling no longer waited for silence. It came whenever I passed certain windows, a brief tremor in the branches that matched my pace. One morning before we opened, I found the artifact case covered in so many handprints I couldn't see through the lower half of the glass. They overlapped, some smeared, some placed with careful precision. My chest tightened in a way I couldn't explain. I tried to clean them, but the prints reformed before my eyes, not in motion but in appearance. One moment the glass was clear, and the next moment there they were again, faint but undeniable. That was the day I stopped pretending these things could be swept aside with reason. I approached the manager, voice unsteady, and he listened longer than I expected. He didn't laugh, and he didn't tell me stress was making me jumpy. Instead, he asked me one question. Had I been spending time near the old boundary line, the one behind the maintenance shed where the ground dipped? His face shifted when I told him yes, that it had been my usual break spot. He called a man from the local community, a quiet, older figure I'd seen visiting the center on occasion. When he arrived, he carried simple items in a cloth bundle, nothing flashy or ceremonial in the way movies show. He walked the grounds slowly, pausing by the tree line, then the back corridor, then the artifact case. He studied the print-covered glass without touching it. He didn't accuse or dramatize. He only nodded as if confirming something he already knew. Later, he spoke to the manager out of my hearing, but I caught pieces, words about respect, about boundaries, about places where older presences kept watch. Some were protective, some mischievous, some cautious around human disturbance. The man didn't name anything directly, but the implications settled heavily. Whatever stirred around the center wanted space, wanted acknowledgement. Our presence, my presence in particular, had crossed somewhere unmarked. The ritual he performed didn't look like much from a distance. He walked a slow circle around the building, pausing at each cardinal direction. The air seemed to thicken as he moved, not with spectacle but with intention. A faint scent drifted behind him, dry and herbal. My coworkers watched from the windows, whispering but not mocking. Not that day. I felt the shift before anything else, the subtle loosening of pressure near the tree line, like a hand releasing a held breath. When he entered the center, he stood near the artifact case for a long moment. Then he released a few quiet words that carried the weight of final permission, and the air changed. The light in the room felt clean again, steady. The glass, still smudged with those tiny handprints, seemed dimmer somehow, like the prints had lost their grounding. By the next morning, they were gone. No more rustling followed me from the brush. The water system cleared within 2 days. Even the peculiar heaviness near the boundary line faded, leaving only the usual quiet of summer pines. I continued my work through the end of August, careful with where I stepped, mindful of the land that had tolerated me even when I hadn't known what I was doing. Sometimes, when I closed up the center for the night, I paused by the artifact case out of habit. The glass stayed clear. The building felt empty in a normal way again, not expectant, not watchful. Whatever had moved through those weeks had settled or shifted or simply gone back to where it belonged. And though nothing reached out again, I carried a sense of having crossed some thin boundary without realizing it, one that had been restored, not by anything I did, but by someone who knew how to speak to what lived quietly on that land. I left the job in early fall, grateful for the calm return of ordinary days. Yet every now and then when I think of that summer, I can still feel the faintest tremor of pine needles behind me, just enough to remind me that I was noticed once, and warned, and then allowed to walk away in peace. I was already running late for an inspection assignment in Fujinomiya, when I convinced myself that cutting through the mountain expressway near Aokigahara would save me half an hour. It was 2:30 in the morning, the last stretch of summer, and the air carried that heavy metallic kind of fog that swallows other cars whole. I remember passing the final service station and realizing I hadn't seen another set of headlights for 20 minutes. My dashboard clock glowed a thin green, and I let the hum of the engine settle my nerves. The forest climbed steeply on either side, dense and black, and the fog pushed against my windshield as if it had weight. I kept thinking about how empty the road felt and how I could still turn back, but the idea of wasting time made me keep going. The moment the slope curved into a narrow corridor of trees, my headlights failed. No flicker, no warning, they just went dead. The dashlights remained, weak but alive, and the road in front of me dissolved into total black. I tapped the brakes more out of reflex than control, and the fog closed in so hard around the hood that it looked like the car was sinking into it. My breath lodged in my throat. The engine idled smoothly, as if nothing was wrong, and for one long second I wondered if I'd actually gone blind. I reached for the high beam switch and flicked it twice. Nothing. Then the sound hit me. It was an explosive burst inside my skull, a piercing ring so sharp and sudden that I doubled forward, clutching my ear. Not external, internal, like someone had struck a tuning fork against my bones. A tidal rush of tinnitus flooded both sides of my head, rising to a frequency that made my vision vibrate. I squeezed my eyes shut and kept one hand on the steering wheel, afraid to move, afraid to lift my head into the dark pressing against the windshield. The ringing seemed to pulse with the fog, as if something outside was responding to it. I forced myself upright. The forest loomed as a single unbroken shape. My fingers trembled as I reached for the ignition, but before I touched it, movement in the rearview mirror caught my eye. A tall shape stood behind the car, just at the edge of visibility, humanoid, but too still, too long. With its outline melting into the fog, I held my breath. The tinnitus throbbed, easing only slightly, but the shape didn't move. I couldn't see its face, only the wavering suggestion of shoulders and arms that hung too close to the ground. My instinct was to throw the car into gear and get away, but something about the thing's stillness pinned me. I kept waiting for it to step into the open or vanish, but it stayed exactly where it was, as if waiting for me to act first. The fog thickened in waves, breaking the figure into pieces each time it rolled in, then reassembling it when the air cleared. I felt the weight of the entire forest pressing against the car. Then the roar came, an animal sound, but no animal I'd ever heard. Deep at first, almost a growl, then tearing upward into a violent guttural bellow that shook the rear glass. I could feel it in my teeth. The footsteps followed immediately, fast and circling. Something large was running around the car, thudding against the soft earth, kicking up gravel. I spun in my seat, searching the side windows for movement, but the fog reduced everything to pale sheets of gray. A hard slap struck the rear window. Not a rock, not a branch. Something wet and heavy. It hit with enough force to make the glass tremble, then clung there. I twisted toward it, my pulse hammering so loudly that it blended with the fading ring in my ears. The object spread slowly, like a mass of sticky flesh dragged from something living. It flattened against the window, quivering as if trying to find purchase. My throat tightened. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The thing had no visible shape, just a pale, mottled mass with streaks where it had smeared. A line of condensation formed beneath it on the inside of the glass. For a second, I felt sure the window would give. I snapped. My need to get away finally beat out whatever had held me frozen. I slammed the gear into drive and floored the accelerator. The tires spun and caught, launching the car forward into the darkness. The headlights were still dead, and the road vanished under my wheels. I drove by instinct, correcting each drift by memory, praying I wouldn't hit a barrier or drop into a ditch. The fog whipped past the windows in frantic sheets. Something spat against the side panel. Twigs, rocks, footsteps, I couldn't tell. My hands locked on the wheel. Every nerve in my body felt flayed. I leaned forward until my forehead nearly touched the steering wheel, trying to make sense of the black in front of me. The fog brightened and darkened in pulses, as if something behind me was changing its distance. The roar rose once, shorter this time, higher, too close to the rear bumper. I didn't look back. I kept the pedal down and let the car claw up the incline. Then, without warning, the headlights snapped back on. The road exploded into visibility, cutting through a clearing where a maintenance shed stood off to the right. The sudden light stung my eyes. I gasped and gripped the wheel hard enough that my wrist cracked. The tinnitus faded into a dull whine. The fog thinned near the structure, burned away by the sharp glare, and for the first time since the blackout, I could breathe again. The car bounded over the asphalt joints as I pushed it toward the wider section of highway. I didn't slow down until I saw the first overhead sign, pointing back toward the populated area near the foothills. My pulse stayed frantic for several minutes, but the forest had finally receded behind me. The air cleared, the sky opened a little, and the ordinary hum of the engine returned like nothing had happened. When I reached a lit convenience store, I pulled into the lot and sat there until my hands stopped shaking. Only then did I get out to check the rear window. Under the fluorescent light, the smear where the fleshy mass had struck was still visible, thin but undeniable. What made my stomach drop were the handprints. Several of them, overlapping and varying in size, pressed into the condensation and dirt across the back window. Some were small, some larger than my own, all of them facing inward as if they had been reaching toward me. I wiped the window clean and didn't look long enough to see if any marks remained. The tinnitus had finally stopped, but the silence it left behind felt heavier than the sound itself. I finished my drive at a crawl, keeping to the main roads even when it meant adding hours. I've taken that route hundreds of times since then, but I've never used that mountain shortcut again. The forest out there feels too old, too watchful, and I can't shake the sense that something in the fog recognized me that night. In November of 2021, when the first hard freeze settled over the mountains, I took the new lease for what it was supposed to be a gift. 1,200 acres of West Virginia backcountry, quiet ridgelines, cold streams, and enough space to hunt without hearing another truck door for days. I'd hunted country like this my whole life, and I'd always had a strange knack for sensing when a place held more than deer sign. But I figured those instincts would just help me keep my bearings in the brush. I didn't expect them to become the reason I walked away. The trouble started with the cameras. I hung 3 of them in a tight valley on the north end of the lease, a spot where a narrow stream split the timber. Good crossings, good bedding, nothing out of the ordinary. But when I checked the cards, every photo was the same warped mess. Black bands, gray smears, lines like melted film. No motion blur, no weather damage. Just distortion so complete that nothing in the frame made sense. I swapped batteries, changed cards, even adjusted angles. Still the same dead, humming static. I'd seen interference before, but never anything that consistent, never anything that local. For the first few days, I tried to ignore the feeling that the woods were pushing back. The silence wasn't right. Even in cold weather, you hear squirrels, branches cracking under frost, distant trucks on the forestry road. But each morning when I eased toward that valley around dawn, the whole place felt held, like the air was listening. Then came the whispering. The first time I heard it, I was sitting in a pocket of laurel above the stream, watching for a buck I'd seen cutting through the area earlier that week. Clear sky, pale light, cold enough that the ground hissed under every shift of my boots. I'd settled in for maybe 20 minutes when a thin trail of sound drifted up the slope. It was too soft to make out words, just a layered, urgent murmur that rose and fell like someone speaking under their breath. I checked the ridge behind me. Nothing. No wind, no hunters. The sound lasted only a few seconds, then snapped off, leaving the woods hollow again. I told myself it was water running under ice, or my hood brushing the collar of my jacket. Something simple, but I kept hearing it, always in that valley, always in the same soft, close cadence, as if the speaker were standing just out of sight. The worst part was how familiar it began to feel, like a pattern I should have recognized but couldn't. On the morning, everything escalated. The cold hit harder than any forecast had predicted. My breath hung thick around me as I followed the trail down toward the stream. The sky was bright but crystalline, the way it gets right before snow, and every branch wore a thin coat of ice that caught the light. I planned to pull the cameras and move them somewhere less temperamental. I was maybe 50 yards from the stream when I saw movement at the edge of my vision. Quick, light, too smooth to be an animal. I stopped and scanned the tree line. At first I thought my eyes were adjusting to shadow, but then the shapes resolved. A woman and a small child stood near the far bank. Both wore clothing that looked more like old photographs than anything you'd see out here. Long skirts, layered wool, colors muted by distance and frost. The woman's posture was upright in a way that struck me as old-fashioned, even rigid, and the child clutched something against their chest. I opened my mouth to call out, but before I could make a sound, they moved. They didn't run. They didn't walk. They glided, covering the distance from the water to a massive hollow oak in a blur that erased any sense of natural motion. One moment they were by the stream, the next they were vanishing inside the dark split in the oak's trunk. My first thought was that I was witnessing something impossible. My second was that I needed to get the hell out of that valley. But curiosity, stubborn, stupid curiosity, pushed me forward. I watched the opening in the oak, waiting for them to reappear, thinking maybe I'd misjudged the distance or the light. They emerged just as abruptly as they'd gone in, stepping out with the same impossible speed, crossing the bank again as if time had skipped. The child paused for a heartbeat, head tilted toward me, though I couldn't make out a face. Then both figures slid back into the trees, swallowed by shadow. The whispering rose around me again, closer than ever. I don't remember making the decision to cross the stream, only the sudden need to confirm what I'd seen. The water was low, crusted with ice that cracked under my boots, and the cold bit straight through the leather as I stepped over. The clearing ahead was small, open enough that the oak should have dominated it. But when I reached the spot, the tree was gone. No trunk, no splintered wood, no stump, not even disturbed soil, just frozen ground, unbroken leaf litter, and a faint circle where frost hadn't set as thick. I walked the area twice. Then a third time, trying to match the landmarks, rock outcrops, a bent maple, the curve of the bank. I was certain I was in the right place. The oak had been massive, unmistakable, yet the woods stood untouched. The whispering came once more, thin but unmistakable, threading between the trees. It felt less like sound and more like breath against the back of my neck. That was the moment my instincts finally overrode every excuse I'd made. Whatever was anchored in that valley, it didn't want me understanding it. It didn't want me watching. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the space where the oak should have stood. Nothing moved. The air stayed sharp and still. Once I reached the far bank again, the tension eased just enough that I could force myself to retrieve the cameras. Each one felt colder than the metal should have been, as if they'd been sitting in shade far deeper than the forest allowed. I didn't bother checking them there. I just packed them, slung my rifle, and hiked out the long ridge toward the truck. The woods stayed quiet the whole way, but I couldn't shake the sense that something was pacing me just beyond the trees, matching my steps with its own steady rhythm. When I finally stepped onto the gravel of the access road, the pressure lifted all at once. The normal sounds of the mountain returned. Crows calling, wind moving through pine, the crunch of frost under my boots. The shift was so abrupt it felt like someone had shut a door behind me. I never went back to that valley. I kept the lease until spring, but I stayed on the ridges away from the stream. Sometimes, when I'm sorting gear or checking old photos, I think about that vanished oak and the figures that move faster than any human should. I think about the whispering that never quite formed words, and I wonder what I would have heard if I'd stayed a moment longer in that clearing. The first cold snap always changed the way the woods sounded. It tightened every twig, sharpened every leaf, and turned the underbrush brittle enough that even a squirrel could seem heavier than it should. That morning, just before dawn, I hiked in under a sky that still held a dull pewter glow. Frost clung to the grass and the fallen oak leaves in a thin crystalline film. I'd walked that ridgeline every November since I was old enough to carry a rifle, long before the property was officially handed down to me. I knew the contours of the hills and the breaks in the timber the way other people knew the layout of their childhood home. Nothing felt off at first. The cold stung my nose, and the quiet was the kind of quiet I'd always liked. Broad and thick, the sort that made every small sound feel honest. I took the trail that skirted the lower draw, planning to climb to my tree stand before the first solid light. My boots made a steady crunch through the frost, slow enough to keep my breathing calm. I'd gone maybe another 100 yards when I heard it. Footsteps in the brush behind me, faint but perfectly timed with mine. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped. The sound stopped. Not late, not early, exactly with me. The silence that followed sat too squarely in the dark to feel accidental. At first I told myself it was just the echo off the hills. Frost carried sound strangely this time of year. But when I started moving again, the crunching started again too, just behind and a little to the left, as if something was following my line through the timber rather than crossing it. I tried adjusting my pace. The rhythm matched. I tried stepping lightly. The pattern mirrored mine, as if an unseen partner kept perfect cadence. When I stopped the second time, the woods took longer to settle. My own steps ended, but something else carried on for a beat or two. A subtle drag of frost, a delayed crack of a branch that shifted its weight. Then nothing. That brief aftersound hit me harder than the mimicry. It meant whoever or whatever was out there hadn't expected me to stop so suddenly. It meant I wasn't imagining things. The ridge sloped upward sharply toward my stand, and I told myself if I could get high enough to see over the thickets, I'd get a better grasp on what was happening. I tightened my grip on my rifle, not raising it, just grounding myself with the familiarity of its weight, and started climbing the switchback trail. The following steps resumed immediately. The cadence didn't falter. It didn't fall back. It didn't rush to catch up. It simply maintained that same unnervingly perfect parallel with mine. I felt the familiar pressure settle between my shoulder blades, the instinctive knowledge that something was paying close attention to each move I made. I'd spent most of my life tracking animals in these woods. I knew how a deer moved, how a coyote moved, how a person moved. This sounded like a person, a careful one, and that alone was enough to tighten my chest. Trespassers weren't unheard of, but they didn't usually come in before dawn, and they didn't shadow property owners in silence. A poacher would have run. A lost hunter would have called out. Whoever was behind me knew I was there and wanted me to know they were there, but only on their terms. The sky lightened by degrees as I broke through the last stretch of thick brush and reached the base of the tree where my stand sat, bolted into the trunk. The metal ladder glinted faintly with frost. I stopped at the bottom, letting my breath settle. The footsteps halted behind me instantly, not even a trailing rustle this time. I didn't see anyone. The woods below me held nothing but the pale outlines of trunks and the suggestion of movement where mist pooled low to the ground. I climbed the ladder, slow and deliberate. Each rung creaked. Each breath came colder. At the top, I settled into the stand and watched the trail I'd come up. The woods stayed still, but the quiet felt staged, like a held breath waiting for mine to break first. For a long stretch, 10 minutes, maybe more. I just listened. Frost softened as the day inched forward, and the woods began waking up in gentle pulses. A distant woodpecker, a squirrel somewhere higher on the ridge. Nothing that explained the footsteps, and yet my nerves stayed keyed high, as if the silence under those ordinary noises belonged to someone else entirely. Eventually, when the horizon warmed to a muted orange, I decided I had no business staying. The tree stand gave me height but not safety. The unease had changed shape. It wasn't just being followed anymore. It was being watched from a place I couldn't pinpoint. I unhooked my safety strap, climbed down, and checked the trail again. Still nothing. No figure, no movement, no sound. I started toward the truck at a steady walk, telling myself to stay measured. I didn't make it 20 yards before the footsteps joined me again. Same distance, same pacing, same unsettling precision. I didn't stop this time. I didn't test the rhythm. I broke into a run that felt too loud, too fast, too exposed on the slope. My breaths tore at the cold air while the echo of the unseen steps pressed close behind. Not sprinting, not charging, just maintaining, as if matching my panic was enough. By the time I reached the truck, my hand shook so badly I fumbled the keys twice before getting the door open. When I finally slid inside and slammed it shut, the woods fell silent in a way that didn't match the violence of my heartbeat. I locked the doors out of instinct. I stared into the trees for one long, suspended moment. Nothing moved, but the sensation of being observed didn't fade. It stayed with me as I turned the engine over, stayed as I drove down the rutted lane toward the main road, stayed even as the property line disappeared in the rear view. That morning marked the first time in decades of hunting that I left the ridge without finishing the sit, without even pretending I'd go back later that day. Whatever had been out there knew those woods as well as I did. Maybe better. It knew how to follow without showing itself, how to match me step for step, how to stop just long enough to let me fill the silence with my own fear. I never got a glimpse of it, never saw so much as a shadow or shape. Just the footsteps crisp in the frost, always a few yards behind me, always waiting for me to make the next move. And in the weeks after, whenever I thought about going back before dawn, I could still hear that delayed crunch in the underbrush, the moment that told me I wasn't alone out there, not even for a second. The light was slipping out of the sky when they dropped me in the woods, and by the time the truck's engine faded behind the tree line, the quiet felt heavier than I expected. I remember standing there with the strap of my pack cutting into my shoulder, and the last orange streaks of the sun threading through the branches. The whole point of the game was isolation. That was the thrill everyone talked about, but I hadn't expected the air to feel so hollow. I listened for my friend's laughter or some parting shout from the road, but the only sound was the dry chatter of wind moving through high needles, brushing against limbs that creaked like tired hinges. My part of the map was supposed to be easy, just move north until I reached the first boundary marker. Yet the fading light pressed against my back like a warning I didn't know how to interpret. I took a breath, adjusted the pack again, and pushed deeper into the trees because pretending not to be nervous felt better than admitting that I already was. I tried to focus on the rules of the dropping trip rather than the growing dimness between trunks. Every team member was deposited somewhere different across the woods and had to find their way to a rendezvous point without sending signals or shouting. No phones, no lights until full dark, no shortcuts or backtracking. It was supposed to simulate being lost without actually being in danger, and even though that logic sounded thin as I replayed it now, I kept walking because turning around meant saying the game was too much for me. Ahead, the thinning warmth of the sun sank through a break in the canopy. That strip of gold painted the edges of the branches and made the shadows around them gather in deeper folds. I told myself the colors looked peaceful, but it didn't entirely work. I still felt watched, even though I knew I was alone. The farther I went, the quieter it seemed. My footsteps brushed over patches of pine needles, kicking up faint scents of sap and soil. A squirrel darted across a fallen log and vanished. A small bird hopped between roots, flicking its tail before lifting into the branches above. Each little movement stood out in sharp detail, as if everything had been turned up in volume, except the one thing I wanted to hear: anything human. The boundary marker wasn't far, or at least it shouldn't have been. The map suggested it would appear before dusk fully settled, but the colors were fading faster now. The temperature dipped, and I felt the coolness hit the sweat along my spine. When the first branch snapped, it was subtle, like a dry twig crushed under a heel. I froze with one foot in the air. My muscles tensed around the sound. It had come from somewhere behind me, and slightly to the left. At first, I thought it might be another player, though they weren't supposed to be anywhere near me. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing moved. The air steadied again. I told myself to relax, that animals stepped on sticks all the time, and I forced myself to keep walking, even though my stride felt stiff and uneven. But the next break came louder. A sharp, deliberate crack echoed between the trunks, followed by a subtle dragging sound, as though something brushed across the forest floor, with more weight than a deer or a fox. I turned so fast my pack thumped against my hip. The woods behind me looked the same, just layers of trees stacking into deeper shadow, their branches weaving together overhead. No shape moved between them, no figure, no animal. My heartbeat filled my ears, and I could feel the pulse in my throat as if it were trying to climb out. I whispered to myself that wind could knock down branches. That much was true, but wind didn't make footsteps, not the kind that sent vibrations through the ground subtly enough to feel rather than hear. I didn't want to linger. I didn't want to test whether the noise would come again, so I angled myself toward the faint slope that led north, and quickened my pace. The boundary marker would lead me back toward the trail, and the trail would take me home. That was enough motivation to keep moving. For several minutes, the woods stayed silent. The sky dimmed into a washed-out violet. The off-white bark of some of the taller trunks caught the last of the light, making narrow shapes gleam between darker pillars. I stepped over a fallen tree, slipped between two clustered spruces, and tried to steady my breathing into something calm. The rules of the game replayed in my mind, as if my memory wanted to comfort me with something structured, but the silence stretched too thin. When the gurgling growl reached me, it didn't sound like it belonged to anything I understood. It was low at first, like air pushing through a clogged pipe, and then it thickened into a wet, rattling sound that made every hair along my arm stand up. I stopped mid-step. One boot balanced on the root of a beech tree. The noise drifted between the trunks from behind me, the same direction as the snapping branches earlier, and the timbre of it pushed deep into my bones. I had heard animals growl before, dogs, coyotes, even the throatier calls of larger creatures from far-off trails. But this was different. There was something uneven about it, as if whatever made it couldn't coordinate breath and vocalization in a natural way. The closest word I had was gurgling, but even that seemed too neat. It almost sounded like the noise was being forced out of something not built to make sound at all. I didn't want to turn around this time. I didn't want to see anything. even if there was nothing there. My mouth went dry and the straps of my pack felt suddenly too tight, pinning my arms close to my sides. The growl pulsed again, slightly louder, as if the source had shifted a few steps closer. I didn't stop to analyze it. I didn't try to convince myself that I'd misheard. Every part of me reacted before I fully registered the decision. I bolted. The undergrowth whipped against my legs as I ran, scattering leaves and snapping twigs under my boots. Each breath hit the back of my throat with a raw burn. The sky above me darkened into a deeper shade, the last band of sunlight thinning into a narrow line beyond the treetops. I kept my eyes forward, scanning for the boundary marker or anything familiar that could guide me. The woods blurred, tree shapes smeared into streaks of darker color. My shoulders jerked with each stride. The pack thudded against my back in an uneven rhythm that felt too loud. Behind me, I thought I heard movement, branches brushing together, something shifting quickly between them, but I didn't want to confirm it. I pushed harder, feeling gravel slide under my heel as I crested the small rise I'd been aiming for. My vision tunneled toward the faint outline of what looked like a wooden post ahead. Relief ignited briefly in my chest before sputtering, because the post seemed farther away than it should have been, its silhouette leaning slightly as if distorted by the thickening dusk. My lungs ached, my legs burned, yet some instinct told me not to slow down. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had made that sound had taken my movement as a signal. The crack of another branch reached me, sharp, close, directly behind. I didn't look. I felt the impact of fear like a shove between my shoulder blades, pushing me faster. My foot caught on a root. I stumbled, flung out a hand, caught myself, and scrambled on. Needles and small stones dug into the skin of my palm. When I reached the post, I skidded to a stop and grabbed it to steady myself. It felt cool under my fingers, damp from the settling evening air. A strip of faded paint circled its center, marking the trail boundary. I glanced down the narrow path leading away from it, and hesitated only long enough to check the shadows behind me. Nothing moved, nothing shifted, but the quiet was too expectant, as if the entire forest were holding its breath, mirroring my own shallow gasps. I took the path. The trail sloped downward, weaving between tall pines and patches of brush. It wasn't a long route back toward the edge of the woods, but the dim light made distance difficult to judge. Each turn brought another stretch of shadow-darkened earth and roots rising like knuckles from the ground. My mind tracked sounds with heightened precision, rustles, faint taps, the low hum of wind, but I didn't hear the gurgling growl again. Instead, I felt the sense of pursuit shift into something less defined, like a lingering pressure between my shoulder blades that warned me not to stop. At one bend in the trail, I paused to catch my breath. The woods ahead seemed slightly brighter, as if the last remnants of dusk had pooled there. My muscles trembled, and my chest felt tight. I listened. A faint creak traveled through the canopy, the kind made by wood settling into place. Then another snap, soft this time, like a twig breaking under something cautious. It came from off the trail to my right, too close. My body moved before my mind could shape the thought. I ran again. The trail blurred. The trees streaked by in shifting frames of shadow and muted color. I could feel sweat sliding down my temple, could feel the burn in my calves and the jolt of each impact traveling up through my knees. Yet the only thing that mattered was creating distance, any distance between myself and what had been trailing me through the deepening dark. The boundary marker meant humans had been here. The trail meant safety, but the woods behind me didn't seem ready to let me go. As the path widened slightly, a faint rush of cooler air swept across my face. It carried the smell of damp leaves and a hint of the open clearing that marked the end of the woods. I pushed toward it, letting the promise of space pull me forward. My breathing steadied into rough bursts. My vision sharpened enough for me to see the gravel ahead, tiny glints of light catching on scattered stones. My boot hit the edge of the clearing just as another noise rose behind me. Not the growl this time, but a short, quick series of branch snaps that lined up too neatly to be wind. I didn't turn around. I didn't slow. I ran straight into the open air as though crossing an invisible line would stop whatever was behind me from following. Only when I reached the far edge of the clearing, where a narrow dirt road cut between the trees, did I stop. I bent forward with my hands on my knees, breathing in sharp lungfuls of air, while the last of the dusk settled into full night. My pulse hammered against my ribs. The woods behind me loomed in uneven shapes, their edges softening in the darkness. Nothing emerged. No figure stepped out. No animal darted into view. The tree line stood still, as if it had never held anything but wind and branches. I waited several minutes, listening for any hint that the presence still lingered, but the woods settled into ordinary nighttime sounds. The distant calls of insects, the whisper of leaves shifting high above. The earlier silence had vanished, replaced with the natural hum I should have heard from the beginning. I didn't know whether the thing that had stalked me had retreated, or simply merged back into the forest's folds. I only knew I didn't want to test it. I followed the dirt road until it widened into the area where we had planned to regroup. My friends were already there, talking in low voices around a makeshift lantern that cast a small pool of dim light over the ground. They greeted me with relieved expressions when they saw me emerge from the trees, and one of them asked if I'd gotten turned around. I told them I needed a moment before talking, and they understood. My legs shook as I lowered myself onto a fallen log near the edge of the group. I felt the chill settling through my sweat-soaked shirt. The lantern buzzed faintly, drawing moths to its warm glow. The ordinary scene grounded me, but not enough to forget the sounds I had heard. Later, when I finally recounted what happened, the reactions varied. A few friends tried to rationalize it as a territorial animal. My sister suggested maybe the game organizers hadn't scouted that section of the woods as well as they thought. One person joked that I'd imagined parts of it, because isolation could play tricks on the mind. I let them talk. I didn't argue. But the memory of that gurgling growl stayed vivid, so distinct and unnatural that it struck me as impossible to invent. The weight of the unseen presence, the cadence of the steps, the breath behind the sound, those were not things my imagination would supply under pressure. What I keep returning to is the feeling I had just before running, that instant when the noise pressed against my spine like a warning meant for my body more than my thoughts. The territorial edge of it felt directed at me, not at the woods in general. I had stepped into something's space, something that didn't want company, and the game's rule of isolation only made me easier to approach. I don't know if it followed me all the way to the clearing, or if it peeled off once I crossed the boundary. I don't know if it was watching when I ran into the open, or if it lost interest the moment I reached familiar ground. I do know that the woods seemed different when I looked back at them that night, as if something in their depth had woken briefly, and then gone still again, waiting for the next person who might wander alone into its territory. I haven't returned to that part of the game since, and I don't plan to. The rules may have been designed to simulate danger, but what met me out there wasn't simulated. It was real in the way instinct recognizes before thought catches up. Real in the way sound can anchor itself into memory, with a weight that refuses to fade. Sometimes I imagine the woods in that exact moment after the growl. A thin beam of fading light, layers of shadow, the scent of sap in the air. And I think about how close I might have been without realizing it. How something stood just beyond the edge of visibility, hidden by branches and distance, yet aware of me long before I sensed it. That thought lingers more than the fear now. The game placed me in its path. My presence drew its attention, and my flight became the only thing that separated curiosity from contact. Even now, when I walk near tree lines at dusk, I catch myself listening for that first subtle snap of a branch, the kind that doesn't fit with the rhythm of ordinary forest life. I tell myself it's a habit formed by adrenaline, that nothing waits behind the trees, that every time the air grows still and the light thins just enough, the memory sharpens. It reminds me of the moment the woods held more than they showed, and how something unseen stepped toward me with a sound that still echoes in the quiet corners of my mind.